Morning and welcome to you wherever you are across the world. It is a Saturday morning, the fourth day of play, and we are at the Sir Frank World Memorial Ground in St. Augustine. And in this encounter between the combined campuses and college versus the West Indies Academy, we are in for an early start. We're just 5 minutes away or so before the start of play. We had a curtail day yesterday. Issues really, with some smoke blowing across the ground, causing some delays as well as some rain interruptions. As a result, the umpire and the match referee confirmed I do have a 9:30 a.m. start today, as I'm joined with in the commentary, Mr. Tony Gray. Welcome, Tony.
Yeah, good morning to you, Billy. Good morning to our listeners and viewers. It's a funny thing. We've lost a lot of time in this game, but still, anybody can win this game.
It's a thrilling encounter here with a lead of 201 runs. The combined campuses and colleges, thanks mainly to a very good innings from Johan Jeremiah yesterday of 107. And with that knock, he propelled himself up to a total of 425 runs and seventh on the table of the most runs in the tournament this year. So a good accomplishment there by him. And just looking at the scorecard for the combined campuses and colleges yesterday, Johan Jeremiah, as we mentioned, 107 of 131 deliveries, joined by his opening partner, Damel Evelyn, and they put on a 161 run opening partnership, which also propelled Evelyn to number 8 on the table for the most runs for the tournament thus far. 425, equaling that of Jeremiah. So clearly a good partnership there, both with the bat at the top of the order, especially. Kyron Powell, he 39 runs. Shakiri Paris, 56. Struggled through the innings somewhat. Did manage to push through and persevere to get to 56. And Kyle Corbin, he is not out with Daniel Williams, the wicketkeeper, on 3. And the extras, 26 extras, and the innings 279 for 4. As the batting players, you can see already out in the middle, and we've seen the batters always out in the middle before the fielders as they are in their huddle down at the dugout.
Yeah, they want to get on with it. Obviously, they would be looking to perhaps get 75 runs to try to declare in the first hour. This is a T20 scenario. As I said before, the game is still poised that anybody or any team can win the game. And we saw some excellent batting. You mentioned Jeremiah. He was out of his skin, playing some really nice shots. He got to 107, but the strike rate of 82 is not like him. He's normally an anchor man. So the opening stance really and truly propelled the CCC team to this good score, but they want to add another 70, 75 runs to it.
They're typically a strike rate of just around 41 or so in games leading up to this one in the round 6. And as we mentioned, round 6, some interesting things taking place. It's day 4, last day of matches in the round 6. So, we're going to be looking at that points table, Mr. Gray. And to the surprise of many people, we have it there. Trinidad and Tobago, 6 matches played. They're 105.4. And clearly, bonus points having a significant factor in propelling Trinidad just fractionally above Guyana on the top of the table.
Yeah, you look at Guyana, they're excellent at accumulating bonus points. They're just second, as mentioned, and it all boils down to what happened today in their game. And as I mentioned before, they are a last innings team. They come from behind a lot of the time. So well led by Imlak. So we'll have to see perhaps next 4 or 5 hours what transpires in those games.
Yeah, and in that encounter, Leeward Islands Hurricane versus the Guyana Happy Eagles. Guyana batted first, just 193 in the first innings, but they are 381 for 4 with a lead of 239 with still 6 wickets intact in the second innings. So there is going to be a lot of bonus point batting and bowling for Guyana. They dismissed the Leeward Islands in the first inning of 335. We'll get back to that interesting as we can look about to start here this morning. It's going to be Jediah Blades. He's bowling into Kyle Corbin, first runs on the board. Or Kelvin Pitman, rather. Yeah, the right-hand bowler. Kelvin Pitman, 2 wickets, 63 runs. Got the breakthrough yesterday
Yeah, I
And
think that's the right, bowler to start with. He initiated the aggression. The short deliveries were consistently bowled by the two fast bowlers. I have to say, and you asked me the question about what we are looking for, and I use fast bowling as an example. What we saw yesterday is what we're looking for, not only the pace, not only the hostility, but obviously the game execution ability. We saw it from the two fast bowlers bowling those short deliveries at will.
he's in this time to Daniel Williams, the left-handed wicket keeper, and he just dabs it, just put the bat on it and timed it past. There's a man sweeping on the boundary, but it sped all the way to the boundary for four.
Well, these guys are not square cutting the ball based on what we saw yesterday. They're just using the pace of both fast bowlers, Pitman and Blades, and they're not really square cutting. So maybe they're going to play finer, and that man in the point boundary's got to go fine a little bit to try to stop those boundaries.
And the pace of Pitman there, he just dabbed it. There is no point in place, and on the offside there is a gully and point on the boundary, a cover and a mid-off. And he managed to beat the man into the fence. Pitched up this time. Just driving. Good looking shot there from Daniel Williams.
No, as I mentioned, they're going to try to get some boundaries here, but obviously it's not just the boundaries that are important. You have to get the singles, the twos in between. So, and they have to be aggressive between the wickets too to get to that 75 more runs to try to win this game.
For the most part, yesterday afternoon, the run rate was hovering between 4.15 and 4.29. And already there you see 4.15. There's 5 runs in the over already. It's protection on the onside with a mid-on, a mid-wicket. There are 2 mid-wickets employed, one straight and one square. And there's a deep square leg on the boundary as well as a fine leg. I just was wondering, I mentioned Blades, thinking he would start because normally he would start. But as you said, Pitman was able to get the breakthrough yesterday. He bowled with hostility. He tested out the middle of the pitch. And it must be said, the preparation of the pitch to extract that type of bounce from Mr. Ramnath Prasad and company, the ground staff there, was very impressive.
Well played again, looking for the single, getting it.
Yeah,
Good response from partner, good backing up there too. But I'm in full agreement with you because this is the best cricket pitch that I've seen at this venue. Normally, it would help the batsman. It will slide on a little bit. They can play through the line of the ball. Or in the latter parts of the game, you can help the spinners. The wicket will crack up. But this pitch is excellent. And I wonder yesterday, because of the excessive short deliveries and because of the life and the pace that fast bowlers will get in, I wonder if the pitch got harder or it quickened up.
Playing a miss outside of the All-Star brings the first over of the 4th morning to a completion. 6 runs in the over, 285 for 4, and a good total here from a second innings.
Yeah, and must say that this has been excellent batting. An improvement, a vast improvement from the first innings. It's more of a collective, concerted effort by the CCC team. A lot of contributions. Obviously, the captain getting a century. And I spoke to him yesterday, and I complimented him on his century, his first-class century. And I said to him, I think it's the approach. I think that technically it was sounder because you were looking for runs and not looking to stay at the wicket and anchor your team.
And in the first innings, it started off very promising indeed, particularly with the captain and Evelyn again at the top of the order. They posted 43 runs for the opening partnership. Eventually, Jeremiah getting to 47 with that strike rate of about 40 or so, and was a patient innings. And Evelyn was going well until he was given out LBW to Joshua Bishop for 23. And Shakiri Paris got a 52 in the first inning, as well as Kyle Coben. So they were motoring on pretty okay, showing signs that they could get to 300, but it was not to be. It's going to be spin from the southern end. Rivaldo Clark finishing off yesterday from that southern end. The end of the day's play. The lead is 207. Healthy lead. And as you said, Mr. Gray, They're going to slip into maybe ODI or T20 mode at some point within the first hour to try and get that lead close to 250, 260.
You look at Clark, he did a job yesterday. He bowled 4 overs for just 8 runs. He's in his 5th over today. And I think that he was useful because he played a role of containing batsmen.
Off the inside edge to a forward push. It makes its way very quickly down to Johnson, who has to come around from deep backward square to fine leg to do the retrieving. They do get 2. And Williams looks good already. He already has 1 boundary and rotating the strike and looking for as many runs in the outfield as possible.
That's well played. Excellent shot. On driving the ball on the ground. They have the perception, most people, that he's a shot maker, a shotgun. Not only a shot maker, but he's ultra aggressive. But he played that well. The stillness of the head evident there, and just punching that ball down to the wicket past the man. It looks like Mutara. For 4 on driving shows that he is guarding some form. So I played again.
Can't squeeze it between MBK and the gully. MBK at point is loosening up the shoulders. Couldn't get the single, and Motara just dropped back out to the long on boundary for that delivery. Seemed as though it was a full delivery from Clark, put away by Williams.
It's well played. Full face to the bat. Now, like Clark, remember he was very urgent when he came to the wicket. He was playing some wonderful shots. In fact, he played, I think, a lofted drive to get off the mark, and
Off his first delivery.
yeah.
He was just guessing as to whether there was a bet going on, in just because a number of the batsmen got off first ball, got off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, but he's a useful cricketer in that he can also bowl those off breaks, tight off breaks. He rings the ball quite well. Doesn't really get his body into it, but you can tell that his fingers and his wrists are operating nicely.
And he's excellent in the field as well. It's going to be Pitman. Surprising that Clark started at the top end.
Yeah, to a certain degree, because they want to slow down the game and have the opposition go at more risky shots. And I thought that Blades would have, resumed from that southern end. Well bowled again. Well, you have to talk about that indomitable spirit that these young men have shown. Pitch is not a fast pitch. Working hard at their bowling, and we talked about the qualities. You need that inner quality of the fast bowler to never give up, never say die. And you remember what happened. The field inside was a bit quiet, a bit docile out there when things were not going their way. I think the rock stars, the fast bowlers, started the energy levels again.
Last point on Rivaldo Clark. He averaging 23 coming into this game. 250s. Had a knock in the first innings. 25 runs to his name. He is a busybody with the bat and out there on the field as well. And the fact that he can be relied on a 4th day to start with some off spinners, knowing that the opposition is going to be aggressive with the bat, shows that they have good confidence in him as well with the ball.
He's shown the ability to play that type of role, that consistent role, but it seems to me that he has played a lot of one-day cricket because of the way he has approached the game, not just with the bat, but with also the ball. Steady type bowling.
And this is where the advent, we keep talking about it, of limited overs, including the T20, that form of the game, you tend to see it infiltrating into the longer version of the game. I'm not quite sure it wasn't there already, but with the urgency amongst all the fielders and the athleticism, including the fast bowlers in the field, and to hurry the batsmen in the running, taking some superb catches as well, and as well being able to increase a run rate with the type of shots we don't normally see in this longer form of the game.
Well played, working the ball on the onside, but well fielded. Things have been very quiet this morning, except for that boundary. But in addition to that, in fact, two boundaries. In addition to that, you look at the reverse of the T20 game. Brandon King in 2019 CPL. What a wonderful display of batsmanship we witnessed from him. Shots all around the ground, stroke making, not power shots alone. But to me, I think they picked him in the wrong format of the game, the T20, rather than the Test matches initially. Well
I
bowled
was
again.
wondering when we would get that short
Yeah,
pitch delivery. It wasn't too long. Just driving up, coming up this morning on the highway there. A couple roadblocks here. The officers just checking
looking for
speed
people like
gun.
you.
Just pull me aside and just say, "How fast were you going? Do you know?" Say, "I'm not 2 degree. I can't go over 100."
That sounds good. Excellent. Tell Ruskin Mark that.
We are joined with Mr. Mark, eager to come into the commentary position. It's getting a little more gloomy here in St. Augustine. Some dark clouds approaches us. Right
A
outside
question
the
about
also.
Brandon King. When he was picked for the West Indies team in the T20 format, I thought he went about it not timing the ball, but power hitting the ball. The perception changed. He wasn't stroke making the ball again. He was looking to power hit the ball. The perception that we have is that power hitting is our strength. Is it our strength?
It depends on the individual and the type of player that you are. We saw Johan Jeremiah start off yesterday and he was looking to power hit some of the deliveries. But as he got further into his innings, there was more stroke play. And with Brandon King, he was so easy on the eyes, particularly that cover drive. And speaking of the man himself, he scored an 89 yesterday in that win for Jamaica over Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in a day-night encounter. Trinidad and Tobago succumbing with 165 runs off 37 overs in their second innings. Brad Barnes, the man doing the damage, 4 for 19, and Odin Smith, 3 for 13, but Trinidad and Tobago really capitulating in the second innings.
I wonder what they did between the breaks. That's an important question to ask. We've seen that happen before. It's a common trend that it seems to me that they play the early parts of the tournament quite well. They accumulate runs, points. They play collective cricket, team cricket, and then all of a sudden there's a break, and they seem to not have the same momentum, in the fifth round, sixth round games.
You asked the question. Turned into the onside. There is protection out in the deep. There are, in fact, 4 fielders out in the deep. 5, in fact, for the right-hander. Kyle Corbin, aggressive he's known to be. As it brings Williams back into the strike. The T20 Festival in Trinidad and Tobago taking place during the break. And a lot of the players from the regional tournament are featured. None other than Daniel Williams was also there in that tournament. He might be looking to slip into that mode at some point this morning.
He's an ideal type of batsman because he's always looking for runs. He's got all the shots in the book, and he's not going to be too defensive out there. But the question is how many runs they're looking for. I said 75. I suggested 75 in the first hour. It doesn't look like they're going to be ultra aggressive here now. But the other question is what going to be enough against this youthful team, the youngest team in the tournament? Because you have to perhaps strategize what can be good enough to beat them. Are they going to be defensive minded or are they going to be positive and look to win the game? Because if they're defensive minded, in my opinion, a young team having to prod forward to the spinners, having to negate the movement of the ball, they're more susceptible to getting out than if they're attacking the ball.
Well, I'll give you a third factor or third question that will arise and is soon, may arrive sooner than we think as the dark clouds approach us. It's time and weather conditions. And already the run rate is just dropping with this over 6. Just one run in the 6 deliveries, 293 for 4 after 72 overs. So a good over there from Rivaldo Clark. Just one run in it.
He's simple. He's not trying too many things, and his role is not to try too many things, it's just to put the ball on the spot, let the batsman try to make the mistakes. He's ringing one or two. He's getting one or two to bounce outside the all stump. So it's been not concentrated line and length just outside the all stump. He's getting the ball to turn two. So he's played a role, and they're going to continue with it.
And he's done an excellent job. Of the 6 overs that he has bowled, the 36 deliveries, 26 of them have been dot balls. And that is from yesterday as well as this morning. And Williams has already struck 2 boundaries. This morning, one off him, a straight drive, Williams, to a full delivery. The extras as well, 27 extras, 15 wides, and a lot of those being short balls over the height of the batsman. Mention wide, there's one going down the leg side and a good take by Bowen Tuckett. He's been excellent behind the stumps, sometimes even surpassing his own abilities in taking some of those deliveries almost twice his height.
Yeah. He's athletic. His movement is good. His lateral movement. He's keeping low, as you meant to say that he is good at jumping. Hang time has been good too. He's been really exceptional, and that's why he can be left alone behind the stumps. His movement again, going down the leg side. Uh, excellent footwork. Glove work has been good. He's short, so you know that he's close to the ground. So a sense of balance is there. But you look at Pitman, he's going down the leg side. I think that he's going wide of the stumps and trying to angle the ball into the batsman, not allowing him to get that room outside the all stump, but he's starting perhaps on leg stump and just short of a length, so it's going further down leg. It's well
Good
bowled.
delivery. Yeah, just leaning back. Well played as well. We saw some batsmen in some difficulty trying to play the short ball. A couple of them caught down the leg side, brushing the glove, struck on the glove as well, but this time just leaning out of the way, Kyle Coben.
Yeah, I think that when you look at the back foot movement, I always talk about that because it's a very important movement. The initial back foot movement, years ago they call it back and across, but the coaches now say the initial back foot movement, which is a smaller movement. But to get inside of the line of the ball to play those pull shots, hook shots, you need that back and across movement. And we didn't see it yesterday. Guys were standing there and they were looking to come away from the ball. And it was not the energy levels to Doc Paris, for example. That's, gloved the ball rather than moved out of the line of the ball. So it's something that happens consistently in the Caribbean. Aaron Bravo had a problem with that. All right, a real issue with the short delivery. Uh, Blackwood was compensatory because of his quick hands, but his back foot went to the leg side. That's a good shot. He's trying to play the uppercut over the slip area. That's not a bad idea at all. He's got to execute properly, not go too hard at the ball, but just put the bat in the position and just allow the ball to glide off the bat.
He tried to hit it rather than use the pace
Yeah.
of the delivery. You see CJ putting a little effort. He's off the ground, realizing that there is no third man in place, and Teddy Bishop has come back up into that gully area, so he knows that he had to clear him. But maybe just taking his eyes fractionally off because it was climbing on him. Not quite in T20 mode just yet.
You seldom see batsmen being able to control shots when their feet is off the ground, jumping.
Tell you what, the umpire will have to take a careful look at this. That's a maiden over from Kelvin Pittman, but how many balls did we see down the leg side where the batsman was not playing a shot or could not play a shot? It's also a very sneaky method of extracting dot balls.
Yeah, it's well planned, and I think that you're right. You want the game to proceed in a competitive way, and you don't want the bowlers to hide the ball.
You never want to back away from controversy, Mr. Tony Gray. Never been accused of such. Left hand across? No way. Front foot always, Mr. Gray.
Yeah.
And combine that with the short pitch bowling, where the batsman has to get out of the way.
It's well bowled again, well played.
It's building some pressure, so much so that the run rate has now dropped to 4.01 runs. Williams, we might just see something happening here in this over. Cut away, there is protection. But he's bowled quite well, Clark. He's pitched up, and Williams just forced to just get on the front foot and defend, because such is the length of the delivery, can't quite reach it to execute a powerful shot or an aggressive shot. He has to defend.
Well, what you've seen from him is a change of pace through the air and trajectory. So he's pulled down some, and when he's pulled down some, he's bowled it faster, and he's flighted some, he's held back some in the air. So well, he's not one of the main bowlers, but he's done a fantastic job. Williams, on the other hand, this is his second game at this level, second game not at this level, but for CCC. And he would want to get amongst the runs. And I think that's why he's been very careful there.
Pull away, short delivery. We're just singing his praises. One shot down the leg side. And BK Joseph is out there in the deep. There is protection. There are 5 in the deep. It's a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, long off, long on, and a sweeper on the point boundary as the left-hander comes on to strike. So just going to 4 in the deep with MBK Joseph coming in from that deep backward square into a point position for the left-hander. There's no big deep backward square for him. It's a short, fine leg. It is that man, Nathan Edwards there, short, fine leg, just coming around and doing the fielding. Had he been on the deep backward square, Brownfield would have been an easy single.
I think he feels safer, a little bit more comfortable bowling against the left-hander rather than the right-hander. In fact, the left-hander, Williams, has faced Clark a lot of the times, and Corbin has not. Once, I think, and he was bowling that short delivery and was pulled around for that single. But he's much better against the left-hander coming around the wicket.
End of the over. Let's let you know it's 295 for 4. Was this one in 6? Back live here, 295 for 474 overs gone. Pitman is going to continue. He has 2 wickets for 69 runs off of his 19 overs. Not a shortest. Looking for the singlet. They do come through in the end. Slight hesitancy from both batters, and William in the end having a look around and deciding there was enough time where the ball was placed, dropped dead in front of him. Enough time for a single, and well judged in the end.
Yeah, playing with soft hands, good response from Williams. Now, these two would not have batted together consistently for a long period of time, so there needs to be an understanding between the wickets. But that was an easy run, a safe run, because of the way Corbin played that ball with soft hands, dropping the ball right in front of him and not allowing the fielders to get to the ball. So weighted defensive shot, accumulating that 1 run.
We're going to give you some reminders as the day goes along. 25th of June, Australian Test Series against the West Indies. We eagerly anticipate the announcement of a West Indies captain, and a number of names just keep popping up on our list. And main thing we're looking at for criteria for captaincy is runs. We see Tevin Imlach jumping into 3rd position for most runs in the tournament, equaling his total last year of 485 runs.
Yeah, Joshua De Silva in contention too, obviously. Just below Kevin Hemlock. So a seesaw battle between two wicket-keeping batsmen.
And of course, Kevlon Anderson, very impressive. He's gone up to 522 runs, just 30 runs short of Jason Mohammed at the top of the table with the most runs. Kevin Anderson, 101 yesterday in the second innings to build on his 77 in the first for Guyana.
And you could better assess the performances of batsmen now after the first three rounds. The first three rounds had that Kookaburra ball. It was placid pitches throughout the Caribbean. You had 19 centuries. Now, with the faster bowlers, the spinners having the Duke ball to work with, a little bit more moisture on the pitches, I think you could properly assess the batsmen now and not give them that sense that, they're playing on a false sense of performance.
And selector as well will have another headache in that Kevlon Anderson has now climbed, put his hand up, second for the most runs on the table. How do you find space in that top order and middle order to include all these batsmen in form for that upcoming Test series?
Yes, other things that you look for the selector, how he goes about his innings, obviously who he played against, what you want role playing. I think that Darren Sammy has spoken about that a lot. The roles that he has ironed out for his Test team and who can suit those roles. But it's not going to be easy because the averages are similar when it comes to, batsmen in first-class cricket over a long period of time. The 30s, the 20-somethings, you just really have to look for the other little things to select players.
Yeah,
But you have to look at the opposition to Australia is going to be a handful. They're coming with, all their resources, everybody fit and raring to go.
So do you
They
go with
wanted that third
experience?
Test match.
Do you go with form? You take each one with a grain of salt. Short. Well, in the air, and it's Edwards there at mid-off, slightly misjudging it, stepping back, thought it was coming at him faster, but it looped up in the air, and Daniel Williams just spooning a catch. Soft dismissal for him. Good catch taken in the end. Daniel Williams goes for 15, and Pitman has his third wicket on the last ball of his over.
Yeah, it's not easy for Williams because he's normally a shot maker. He likes to get on with it. And the sense of him wanting to perform well because this is his second game would have played on his mind. So indecision there. Pitman coming wrong the wicket. And I think that he was looking to play over cover with a flat bat kind of approach. But the ball hurried on to him and he could have only hit it close to Edwards, or it was slightly slow, so he misjudged the pace of the ball.
Yeah, I think it held up because it was so short. Remember, we're on a fourth-day wicket now, and he's been digging in them in short and maybe playing too early, and the bat coming across too early because the speed of the delivery wasn't there, spooning up off the middle of the bat because he was through the shot and feel the incorrect position for that catch.
I think that mental games also, you have to be decisive. If you are struggling in your first game, you're supposed to make runs as a wicketkeeper batsman. You're in your second game now, and you want to get on with it. You want to show what you are made of. That might be in his mind, and he didn't really go through with that shot. So two things there: the slow nature of the pitch, and what was going on with Williams wanting to really and truly put in a good performance. And he's normally a shot maker.
With Mr. Ruskin Mar getting ready to come on, I'll just leave you with one point as well. We're looking at form, looking at statistics as factors. There is Jason Mohammed with the most runs. There's also Versami Pamal. He's up there in the wickets column as well. I will leave you to handle that as Mr. Ruskin Mar comes into the come box.
Jason Mohammed was absolutely brilliant in the first three rounds of competition this year, getting 3 centuries. And then he struggled since that. I mentioned the Duke ball coming into play on the fourth round. So it's a better time to assess batsmen. A little bit more purpose from the faster bowlers with the new ball and the spinners. And Ruskin Mark, it's going to be a headache for Darren Sammy to pick the test team.
That's no headache at all.
Seriously.
No headache at all. Good morning to you,
Good morning
Tony
to you,
Gray.
Ruskin.
Unless somebody exceeds expectations, then you bring them under consideration. But in the main, you go with the tried and tested. So you don't really try to just change for the sake of change. You change if you know you have something better than what you already have. And that way you make your life easier. If you just go every time you see something that shines, you say, okay, let's do that. Then you put yourself in a situation where you might very well throw the baby with the bathwater.
So let me ask you something. Experience comes into play against Australia. Number one team in the world, you want some experienced players amongst the young, inexperienced players. And there's a lot of young, inexperienced players at the moment. The last test series, a lot of young, inexperienced players on the West Indies team. So do you want to create that mixture of and that balance of experience and inexperienced players?
Well, that always works, but sometimes all you need sometimes is maybe just one. That's all. Michael Holden, out of nowhere, made all the difference. Malcolm Marshall, no real first class experience. What was the difference? But those don't happen every series or anything like that. So you kind of hold your course and you go with your tried and tested, and then you look around and see if there's somebody who you feel might be that difference maker, or who you feel, if put in that environment, would probably blossom into something special. 297 for 5 at the end of 76 overs. The man just out there was Daniel Williams for 15. And Corbin is trying to hold things together right now.
You look at the West Indies team winning against Australia at the Gabba in Australia. It's amazing. Don't really have a constant history in recent times of winning in Australia, 27 years, not winning a test match. And a lot of times we focus on Sharma Joseph, his exploits, because his storylines have been good. But it was a wonderful team effort. Remember Joshua De Silva, Kevin St. Clair batted long. I think that they batted so very well in that innings that they tired out the Australian fast bowlers. 108 overs we batted for, which is something that we have not done before that in a long time.
Well, it is, and I mean it's you're answering my question. The same question you posed to me. You're answering it yourself, because the names you're calling are people who've been around now 4 or 5 years. So those are the people that you're invested in. Those are the people you go with. And like I said, if you find somebody that puts his hand up and say yes, then you could say, okay, let's do it. They're gonna have to hurry here. This is close. And it started a little nonchalantly there, Corbin, and then had to put on the afterburners.
Yeah, it's not easy to judge the angle where the ball goes all of the time. So he's got to be careful and he's got to be dependent on his partner. He was not running with any degree of certainty, and he had to get back. It was close at the end, but good feeling by the fielder.
Well, again, the balls that are square on the wicket, on the offside, on the onside, those are the ones that sometimes give the batsman the most difficulty in judging singles when it goes square, because the non-striker is further away from the ball, and it's the angle that, so he has to look at his teammate and also look at where the ball is going. So that creates a problem even at the highest level. And that too is going to hurt, because that is going to go all the way for a boundary. That's like a dagger in the back. So that will take them past the 300. It's a target I'm sure they would have set for themselves.
Front foot not to the pitch of the ball, just getting a tick outside edge and going down to third man for 4 runs.
You pay for the edge of the bat too, you know.
Front foot not to the pitch of the ball. You should have been driving that one. So lucky shot.
Where in the scorebook is it, Mark, lucky shot?
Yeah, but I'm just I'm just showing the technical aspect of the game, Russ. And I know that
I know his
didn't,
legs didn't
didn't
move anywhere, but the
hold
ball,
any runs
the
in your
ball went
time.
all along the ground. It hit the edge, of
It
course.
wasn't willfully done. It's well bowled. So they've decided to use the fast bowlers from the northern end, the spinners from the southern end. Is that a good ploy? Based on what we saw yesterday with the bounce from that end, the southern end of the pitch, but the fast bowlers coming from the northern end.
But the strength of this team is with their seamers, from what we've seen so far. While Bishop has done a job, a good job, the faster bowlers are the ones who look the most likely to get you wickets. So you have to invest in them.
It's well bowled. Good wicket keeping again, keeping low, looking at the ball into his glove. It's been tremendous behind the stumps. We've seen some individual performances of course, Teddy Bishop not getting a century, but getting 99 runs. And to me, having watched this side for a while now, the academy side, I think that they have improved a lot. They're more disciplined in their approach,
Yeah, they play more
more
like a
focused.
team
Yeah,
now.
more
They
as
play
a
more of a
team. Yeah.
team.
They
They
enjoy each
support
other's
each other.
company.
Yeah, and that's part of team building. So that even the hard times don't feel as hard because you have somebody who could always come and pat you on the back and tell you, don't worry about it, we'll get them tomorrow, or say something positive as opposed to somebody looking to frown at you and, make you feel as if you're all alone out there.
Right. Don't tell us about your past, Ruskin. Take it easy. I know things were hard for you on the field. You went for a lot of runs against Pakistan. That one game at the Queen's Park over.
But,
Tell us about that.
the thing about it is that you always seem to think that my career was some kind of disappointment of some sort.
Oh, no, memory.
But I would have you know that I had a glorious time at every level. So I have had no regrets whatsoever. I've taken wickets at every level. I've made runs at every level.
Right.
I've won at every level. And so I can very well imagine a lot of people who probably didn't achieve half as much. They probably played Test cricket, but probably when they look at their records, they probably weren't even close. So 302 for 5 now. Corbin is up to 11. He's into double figures again, but he hasn't been able to really get a hold of the bowling the way he normally would do. And Romario Graves has just joined him. Now, this is a tricky period because they have an extra half an hour to work with. And with the faster bowlers, again, the time is being used up with the faster bowlers. So it might delay any declaration any plans that they have of declaring. It has a loud appeal, close indeed, and the finger goes up. And that is not what the doctor ordered there. And Kyle Corbin has to go for 11.
Yeah, he wasn't in good rhythm at all. He was very scratchy, very circumspect. And this one was a faster delivery, well disguised delivery too, because it came off the pitch with a lot more pace. And he was on the back foot, and it probably would have hit between middle and leg stump. So this is a good decision, in my opinion. See the ball coming off with a little bit more pace, and the bat not yet there. And maybe
The height,
could be
might be a
height.
consideration.
But remember, we are at a different angle here, so we're not sure. But I think that a good decision in the end.
Clipping the leg bail, you think?
Yep, could be. Or leg stump.
But I suppose that's why he kind of looked a little bewildered there, Kyle Corbin. He was probably thinking height as the ball hit the top of the pad. But he was on the back foot. He didn't really go anywhere. He was just standing in the crease there. And certainly got fooled by that delivery coming back at him with the arm. Not much turn. And I think that's part of the reason why so many of the batsmen play on the back foot, because they're not sure which way the ball is going to go. So they try to give themselves time. On that occasion, he was so far back in the crease that if he missed it at all, he was going to be in trouble. And that's exactly what happened to him because he was cemented on the back foot. and was just hoping that the bat would probably catch up with the ball at the last minute. So it's good bowling because it fooled the batsman completely. Yes, a one up
Oh,
beauty. This one goes the other way now. Now, did he get a touch? That's a thing there because Akeem Jordan just pushed at it and it might have brushed the glove.
well, we've seen signs now that the pitch is reacting to the bowlers who are prepared to flank the ball. That was a flighted delivery, and it had some turn and bounce on that one. So excellent bowling. And he's such a crafty type bowler. Spinners need to be, not just at this level, but at the highest level. Let's look at that again. Look at the turn that he gets there and the bounce. It climbs
It missed
after.
everything. Yep. Missed everything.
Yeah, a lot of turn. So it would encourage the batting team seeing that type of delivery. It's a drier surface now, although the
Bring in a
atmospheric
gully.
conditions.
Bring in a gully fielders because it makes sense. If you're going to get that kind of bounce and turn, there you go. Put somebody in the gully position. Maybe even use a forward short leg if you feel comfortable doing it because he's bowling the arm ball very well. And then he gets the one to turn away and spin. And as you saw there, spin and bounce as well. Now, here's the thing. For the first day, remember when he was bowling, I was clamoring for him to bowl from that end, but he never bowled from that end, from the bottom end.
Yeah,
He bowled
remember,
exclusively from the top end.
remember on the first day, the ball was bouncing from that end that he's bowling from now. So I think that is the right thing to do. I mean, you see the fast bowlers from the northern end get bounced yesterday, but they were pounding the ball into the turf. And I thought that then the pitch quickened up a little bit and it probably had a little bit more moisture on it. But now the pitch is drier and he's bowling from the right end. He's getting the ball to bounce and turn, and you're seeing subtle variation, which is excellent for him. Now, he's not bowled so well in this particular innings because he's normally a huge wicket taker. He got 6 wickets in the first innings, but still, he can fight back into the game with the ball, with the nature of the pitch being as it is at the moment.
Well, remember, 302 for 6. Remember, he bowled from the top end when he started because he bowled from the same end he got the wickets. And then that's what I was saying on the first day. I really wanted to see him in the midst of his long spell go to the bottom end and try that end. Because remember, initially he wasn't getting wickets. So I was saying that might be a ploy. But then he came and he picked up a couple of quick wickets. So that went out the window. But now you're seeing how dangerous he is from that bottom end. And he's beginning to cause a large amount of problems for the batsmen, especially now as you're seeing more turn. There's a lot more turn out there today than in previous days.
Must not be afraid to flight the ball also. You're looking for wickets, you're looking to curtail the scoring of the CCC team so that they can get a smaller total to go at.
You want him to go up in jar breeze?
Well, if you get in turn, you could try one or
There
two.
you go. There's just a lot of bobbing and weaving out there. Is music playing out there? There's a lot of dancing going around.
What you saw yesterday, Ruskin, was really good fast bowling. You mentioned a Herculean effort and really and truly bending their backs, both Blades and Pitman, and using a short delivery. And you mentioned this guy from New Zealand.
Yeah, because Wagner, because of the way he bowls, he bowls almost exclusively bowls
Short
short
balls.
balls, and he bowls on your body, and he gives you headaches, among other things, because of the fact that he's so concentrated in what he's doing. And what works for him, his captains are supportive of that. In fact, they hand him the ball and they set the fields for him, and he just fires away. He might get wickets, may not get wickets, but he certainly puts fear in the minds of the
I
batsmen.
remember Sunil Ambrose got his hand broken on that particular tour, and you saw a lot of West Indian batsmen, including Blackwood, struggle with a short delivery. That wasn't the case years gone by. We had efficient batsmen playing the short delivery, the hooks, the pulls, the cuts. It was a thing of beauty. It's well played.
Part of that too is because we didn't really come across a bowler of his nature, right? We've had other, because think about it. When you think of Wasim Akram, Wazim had a good bumper,
Yeah.
right? And he troubled everybody. But he also troubled them with swing, so he didn't rely exclusively on the short ball. Wagner is a different animal, similar to there's an Australian who retired not too long ago, was a similar vein, left-handed, and he used to do the same thing. He used to scare the living daylights out of the batsman.
Johnson?
Yep. Yeah. Through the gap it goes, and here we go again. He's not at first slip, he's at first slip plus, and that's a cardinal sin because the ball should never pass you on your left at first slip. And I always make that point. You stand at first slip and you go in one direction. That ball would have probably gone straight into his lap had he been standing at an orthodox first slip, but he's more second slip than his first slip right now. And the ball passed right. Once the wicketkeeper doesn't go for that, nobody can go for it.
Yeah, I think you're right. And it's something that I always talk about, the positioning of the slip fielders in that quadrant. And he's now telling
Adjusted.
the fielder that he needs to be a little closer because the wicketkeeper didn't know if to go for the ball or not. And it depends on the physical size of the guy in slip 2, his reaches, and also where the wicketkeeper is positioned.
Well, regardless of where the keeper is positioned, you take your cues from the keeper.
That's right.
But your cue cannot be in second slip. Your cue, you are first slip.
Or
your cue,
a slip and a half.
Right, but you are in first slip. You're not in second slip. If you need a second slip, then put in a second slip. But you stand at first slip because that is where the ball is likely to go because the batsmen are not comfortable right now. They're not comfortable against the fast
Mark
bowlers.
In a one-day game, a slip and a half positions in the one-day game. They don't normally go in orthodox slip positions. They go in a slip and a half position.
I tell you, if it passes to the left of the first slip, I bet you.
No. I'm saying in the one-day game.
And regardless, if it passes there, I bet you they stand in first slip.
No, in the one-day game, Ruskin.
It doesn't matter. You are a first slip fielder. You're not a second slip.
No, sometimes the captain will say, "Well, all right, go in a slip and a half position rather than first slip."
If the ball is turning, the tendency is to do that, to push the batsman around. There's a fast bowler bullet.
All right, you're getting angry, Ruskin.
No, I'm not getting angry. I'm just telling you. The psychology of the whole game.
Yes, I'm just bringing up certain points. And you're right in talking about the proper position of
it's a catch that went down.
First slip, yeah.
It's a catch that went down. If the man is bending his back, they're running in hard. And
fast bowling club, eh?
Yeah, it's hard work,
I know. I know, Ruskin, it's hard work. On these surfaces too.
It might look like it's fun when the batsmen are jumping and weaving and doing all kind of funny things, but not when you're running up and bowling fast and you're watching the ball hit the edge of the bat and just go through the gap and the first slip is watching second slip, watching the keeper like, who's catches that?
After 70-something overs.
Yep. Again, that arm ball is certainly well disguised.
Yeah, you mentioned that batsmen play off the back foot against the spinners. I think that it's because of the way they've been trained in the indoor net. They allow the ball to come onto the bat. There's not a lot of movement, but they need to come forward to negate the spin too and work the ball off the front foot. So you're not just looking at defending the ball. That's a good way of playing the defensive shot. But you're looking for runs to accumulating runs in front of the bat, playing with soft hands. 2 slips in place. Oh, arm ball again.
Yep.
Quicker arm ball too.
And
kept low, but he played it well in the end.
But to your point, he's again on the back foot. 309 for 6 now at the end of the over. And the players will get a bit of a breather as well. They get some effort. They've been out there for a little while. And 309 for 6. It's 80 overs now completed. The new ball is available.
Yeah. I'm not sure they will be taking it because Joshua is on, Joshua Bishop. So let's wait and see.
Yep. Let's welcome you back here. The players are still being refreshed. The ground staff, they're making their way out to do a little cleaning up and making sure that the players have nice conditions with which to operate. You have to give the ground staff credit, though. They've been pretty much on the ball. They've been working. The same people are handling the covers. They're almost always at the ready. They're doing the side screens as well. So they have a lot on their plate in any one day at the cricket here, but they get to see good cricket as well.
Yeah, I think that it's important.
That's the trade-off.
Yeah, I don't think that we
And
look
they
at
get paid. So
Yeah.
let's not do. This is not a
Well,
volunteer thing.
all right, I understand.
Yep.
But I don't think that we look at groundsmen as important.
Ground staff. There's a female in there, so just say
All right, so
ground staff.
ground staff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
I didn't notice. You noticed that, but I didn't notice.
But
Every
every year we come here, she's on the team.
Well, all right, take it easy.
I don't
Rusty.
understand you.
But the thing about it is that it's a very important part of the game because they prepare the pitches and they
You
must
know,
be
if Ralphie was there, to remember Ralphie.
it must be complimented for a wonderful pitch, a good cricket pitch. And it's something that we have to look at ground staff and the improvement in ground staff throughout the Caribbean because we want good pitches. Eh?
Yeah, after the World Cup, all our pitches went dead because we prepared limited overs pitches. And so let's take an example like Barbados. It didn't have the bounce that it used to. Sabina Park was a similar thing. The Queen's Park Oval, and the third and fourth day, you don't get the kind of spin that you used to get. And on a fourth day here, Ancient Ali would have been turning the ball square, and Jumadi would have been just as deadly. And then you release Ranji Nanan, and you couldn't even make a shot because he was as miserly as they come as an off spinner. And almost any other spinner, quality, Bishan Singh Bedi, Chandrasekhar, when they came to the Oval, it's like their eyes lit up because they knew what the wicket would offer.
Yeah,
You can't say that anymore around the
the
region.
other important thing is that when you look at the spinners that we had in Caribbean cricket, the Clive Butts, the late Ranjan Anand, the late Clive Butts because he died this last year, I think.
El Camino, Willett.
That's right. In Chanali, you mentioned a couple of them. They prepared the West Indian batsmen for international competition because remember, the spinners were not prominent on the West Indies team because of the dominance of our fast bowlers. So the importance that spinners played has not been really looked at seriously in preparing our batsmen for international competition, especially when we go to India, Pakistan at the time. They had real turners. We saw Pakistan recently, 2 test matches. The ball spun prodigiously. So we need top-class spinners to prepare our batsmen for world tournaments.
But you also need to prepare wickets for them as well. That allows them to ply their trade and to have success doing it.
It's well bowled again.
The same thing. So that's the kind of the balancing act that we have to get with our pitches. Because if you, as you say, if you want to prepare your batsmen to play top-class spinners, then you have to give spinners surfaces on which to work so batsmen get accustomed to the spinning ball. But at the same time, if you want to generate good fast bowlers, you have to prepare wickets that allow for. Now, I'm not saying you prepare all your pitches like that, but there are locations, like I said, you go to Sabina Park, you knew it was going to bounce. You go to Barbados, you knew it was also going to bounce. You went to Guyana, it's placid. You come to Trinidad, it's going to turn.
That's well played. But the other thing too is that you must develop your spinners with your batsmen and fast bowlers. So at an early age, you want to develop your spinners so that they grow with the batsmen and the fast bowlers. But you have to mandate certain things. Like T20 cricket, when it pertains to the spinners, I don't think they should be playing T20 cricket at a certain age.
Well, you're doing what the Americans did. Baseball pitchers under the age of 15 are not allowed to bowl, are not to play the curveballs. They can't pitch curveballs because of the damage that does to their shoulders. And that's why so many of them they have to get the surgery, and it basically takes them out of the game for a year, sometimes 2 years, because of the psychological scar that it leaves. So if you're going to go that way, that's one way of looking at it. But then the other side of looking, remember, a lot of players now are getting promoted into senior teams at a very young age, But if they don't have 3-4 years of doing something, they're never going to get that chance. So you kind of like have to balance it and look at where it benefits you and how you want to, as I say, limit the injury side of it, but you want to also encourage them to do it, to do something or to develop a craft and be
India has
very
a
good at it.
policy in place that the under-17s are not allowed to play white ball cricket. The under-19s can play white ball cricket because they're preparing for the under-19 World Cup.
World Cup, yep.
But the thing about it is that you have to protect your spinners. You talk about wrist spinners. It's not an easy skill, art, but it's hard on the body to the shoulders. I mean, Shane Warne, the late Shane Warne, had an operation. Did not Ram Narayan had an operation?
Yes.
So
But
it's unusual. It's an unusual art.
But look at Shane Warne, for example. I mean, he's like the gold standard when it comes to leg spinners or spinners in general. And the thing with Shane Warne is, in spite of the fact that Australia is a fast bowling juggernaut in world cricket, he still survived in that environment. You know why? Because the wickets always had bunks, and he's always said that if fast bowlers could bowl in it, I could bowl in it. And that is why, because of the bunks on the pitches. So we now have to look at that and say, which one are we going to promote? If we want to do fast bowling, then prepare pitches that would give them assistance. And then your spinners could also benefit from it as well.
Yeah, talk about bonks and turn. I remember the late Ranjit Anand talking about that. He said you want a wicket that bounces and turns.
Yeah, but Ranjit used to spin the ball a mile.
Strong fella, eh?
Yep. Again, flashing outside the off stump there. And they have just the one slipper, but it might be advisable to put in a second slip at this time. 310 for 6 at the end of over number 81.
Not a bad effort from Blades. He's coming wrong the wicket to a right-handed batsman. And the right-handed batsman expecting the ball to come into him. It's pitching and leaving him. And an expansive drive without any movement of the feet. So it's been a wonderful effort. You look at
his feet moved, but went out long after the ball.
Walked after. So important that these lower batsmen give you something where runs are concerned, not only to add to the score, but to have game momentum going into bowl after.
But also to put pressure on the opponents, because if you could tack on 50, 60 runs at the death, this could be 4 runs. In fact, I don't think the man at square leg has any chance of cutting that off. Just look back at the recent series. The West Indies tail, and you talk about the tail wagging. The West Indies tail actually did the brunt of the batting. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Almost in both matches, like it was like.
Is that not common trend in first-class cricket in the Caribbean, that the top order is not giving us the type of returns that they should, and then the lower half of the batting comes in and performs better?
No, you're known with that one. I'm not taking.
No, think about it. Think about it carefully. We struggle with the openers against the new ball, right? Number 3 batsmen struggle, number 4 batsmen struggle, and then you see the likes of Joshua De Silva, the likes of Kevin Sinclair coming and bat well. That happened against Australia when we won that test match. The lower batting did so very well. It talked about batting for long. 108 overs is Kevin Sinclair batted for 50 in his first test match. So I think it's a common trend that we're not batting well against the new ball, but when it gets older, we seem to be a lot more proficient.
Another sweep shot that is proven to be productive. And they'll get another couple runs quite easily. Well, remember, tailenders have always done a job for their respective teams, right? When you look back at it, see how many people batting 8, 9, 10 have had decent scores. And Tony Gray points to himself. But you batted 11, I say 8, 9, 10. You batted at 11.
I batted 9 for the West Indies team. Remember that Walsh? I batted after Walsh.
It was fun.
My good friend, circled.
I don't like the idea that
the arm Ambassador Walt.
You keep putting Courtney Walsh
No,
at
listen
number
to
11.
me.
You know, I don't understand that. You keep putting him in
That's
number
my
11.
former roommate too.
This is the third sweep shot that we've had. The fielder hasn't moved, and the runs have been flowing in just that direction. They're going to have to adjust the field to plug that gap because he's making good use of that sweep shot, and Jordan is feasting at the moment there. So it's something they're going to have to look at. 320 now for 6, and quickly Jordan is up to 13.
Yeah, to continue to put pressure on the fielding side, the lower half has to give you runs. And Jordan has shown the capabilities of a good enough batsman to sweep the ball nicely. The sweep shot against the spinners. Lara against Mutamari to run 600 and something runs. Remember that series, a 3-match series in Sri Lanka? We often talk about the elegance of Lara, the hard-hitting ability, the stroke-making of a Gordon Greenwich, but we don't look at the technical aspect of their game, the basics being adhered to. And I think that young batsmen try different things, but they're not cemented in the right technique and the foundation of batsmanship.
Well, it's a learning process for beautifully done. And how did he get that out? Lord alone knows, as they say, but he certainly was trying to get his ankle out of harm's way there. And he just got the bat down in time, it seems like.
Yeah, it was a toe-crushing Yorker. Not expected because he's been hitting those lengths outside the all-stump, but look at it. Tailing back in and would have been going down the leg side, but still creating some real issues for the batsman.
Yeah, Graves will be thanking his lucky stars he didn't fall over on his face because he clearly was losing his balance. And but that's a peach of a delivery. And now you have the batsman in two minds. Is he going to bowl a Yorker or is he going to bowl a short ball? A nice little jump. And you could see, you could tell when the batsmen are a little bit anxious because the movement is not as smooth and as relaxed as it might have been. Because right now it's wait and see. Is it coming full or is it short? And you kind of like in two minds, and that's that split second sometimes is what could make all the difference or force them to make a late decision like that, like a hop, a jump
Yeah,
in because you're reacting to it like that.
I remember Brian Lara coming to me and saying, is Ravi Rampal ready to play international or test match cricket at the time? Because he just came out on the 19th. And I said, yes, but he has to be a little bit more patient because remember, Ravi Rampal was very adept at bowling those fast in swinging Yorkers. But when you come up against big guys, you have to improve your short deliveries so you keep them
Push them on the back foot.
on the back foot. That's right. So one aspect of the game, if you have strengths in one aspect, sometimes fast bowlers can bowl fast bouncers, but they can't bowl good Yorkers. So you have to improve both.
I got worried there just now when Brian Lara came to you. I thought he came to you for batting advice. I almost died.
I should have.
That's a good shot. And that one, he was ready for it. Was short, but too much width. And he just carved it away for the boundary. And that would ease the pressure a little bit. Yeah, he got the line all around. And he just helped himself because there's a wide acreage out there.
So what are they looking for? How much lead are they looking for?
I think they're just batting time right now. They probably figure they have enough runs, and so they're just batting themselves in a situation where they can't lose the game. So
Makes no sense. It makes no sense.
to you, it makes no sense.
No, it makes no sense. You got to look to get quick runs and then declare.
Well, they're getting runs. They're just not blazing away like you would like.
No, you got to look to win the game from here on.
I'm sure they're trying to win the game.
Yeah, they lost on first innings.
Yeah, but have you seen how the ball is turning now? So they're just giving the wicket time to dry out, probably a little bit more. It stifled up here, but again, drifting down that leg side.
And you have to be conscious of the weather conditions here. Remember, it's forecasted to be rain. Yeah. So you have to look at all those things. You got to play positive cricket, Ruskin, Mark. I know that you didn't
So,
have the psyche
so,
of playing positive
so,
cricket.
so if they, so if they,
You had the
so if they,
psyche of
so
being
if they
hit all over
declare
the
here
park.
now and one
No, I'm
batsman,
not saying declare.
and
Come on.
so
I'm saying
the
run
winning
with it a little bit more.
until when?
Oh, gosh. Ruskin, concentrate on the game.
Because I don't know what you want. You want them to score quick runs, but you still want them to bat on. So which is it you
No,
want?
I'm saying that you have to be a little bit more assertive.
But they're scoring runs.
Looking what, I think that they should be a little bit more aggressive now, take on the bowler a little bit more because you want to win the game at the end.
What makes you think they don't want to win the game? We are just probably letting that wicket try out, play its course, and then hoping they could
So
come
you're
and
saying
just
that there's
spin
some
them out in the
moisture.
second inning.
Just a minute. You're saying there's some moisture on the wicket.
The wicket always had moisture.
No. I'm asking you a question. Right.
Yeah, there is
So
some.
I'm saying that you have fast bowlers too, not just spinners. So you're not waiting for the wicket to dry out. You're going assertively to get runs because you have fast bowlers too. So you're just playing the game based on the spinners.
No, what is the lead? No, 248.
Base
Right?
is not enough.
So you're probably thinking maybe we need a lead of 250, right? That's the minimum lead that you want. So they have 250,
All right.
right? But so they don't need to just go helter
So let
skelter
me
and
ask
do
you
anything.
something.
So what they could do is frustrate the youngsters out there,
Yeah.
right? And so demoralize them to the point where they expect a declaration,
Okay.
but no declaration is coming. When they go to bat now, what kind of
Well,
mindset
let
they
me
think
ask.
they're in?
You're bringing in some other points. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you how much time you need to bowl out the youngsters.
Two sessions.
How much?
2 sessions.
Okay, no problem. That's your opinion. Based on what you saw in the first innings?
2 sessions.
All right, good. All right, God.
No, you ask me a question, I give you an answer. I tell you, I only
I think
need
they
2
have to look
sessions.
to accumulate quicker runs here and try to give themselves enough time to bowl out the youngsters. It's a young team, the youngest team in the competition. It's the 4th day. Their concentration levels might not be as great.
So that's why I'm saying 2 sessions.
Yeah, but I'm
You agreeing? You making my point?
No, I'm not making any points. I'm saying go harder at the runs here now.
But they don't have to.
Concentrate. 2 sessions.
2 sessions.
If at the end of the day they don't win this game, I'm coming after you, Russ.
Yeah, but if they win it, what will you say?
Well, you could go at me.
I don't have to go at you. I'm telling you. You ask me a question, I tell you 2 sessions.
Yeah.
It may or may not pan out that way, but I feel based on their bowling attack and the batting of this team, they just need 2 sessions to be on a 4th day
So
wicket.
the other thing too I was discussing with Billy is if based on what we saw from the West Indies Academy team in the first innings when they batted, are they more susceptible to getting out in defense or attack?
Look at their record. Look at their first inning score to their second inning scores. That's
right.
why I tell you 2 sessions.
So you're saying their concentration levels in the second innings
In
on the
either
4th
innings,
day, on
on
the 4th
either
day,
innings,
on the
either
4th
they
day,
either fail in the first
Okay,
innings
okay.
and they do better in the second innings, or
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see.
they do well in one inning and then they don't do as well in the second innings. So it's a kind of a Jekyll and Hyde with the team, and it's a young team, so you understand that. In fact, you cater for that because you know they'll have periods, when they will do well, and then other periods when they will look a little dejected and
152 run
not
lead.
worry. So there's 250 on the board now in terms of a lead, right? Remember, we had the extra half hour, so they could bat up until 11 o'clock and then say, okay, let's go and see what happens. At 11 o'clock, we'll say that might be the cutoff time, and then say we have an hour or 45 minutes before the luncheon interval. And let's see how they go the rest of the way.
Second innings, we're saying that it fluctuates.
But it's a young
Sometimes
team.
Second innings, 315 they scored. And it fluctuates. That's a young team. Yeah, that's what happens with a young team.
So and the strength of this bowling attack is what is going to be critical for them as well. The bowling attack is a concentrated, is a good enough bowling attack, and I feel that they could worry this batting lineup to no end, especially on a 4th day.
Well, you're older than me. I have to show that respect to you.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I'm leaving you now, Ruskin.
What should where he's positioned now at first look? He is at first slip now.
Yeah, that's for the spinner.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Why is he at first slip for the fast bowler? I don't know what is the thinking, but that is not you're in first slip. You're not second slip or any other position.
And in fact,
You're first slip.
he could be slightly wide for the spinner because he's getting ample
No,
turn and
no.
he's getting ample bounce.
Don't go wide.
And just
That is what encourages the first and a
can I
half
say
slip.
something, Ruskin? And the reaction
Let's
time
take a break.
almost
Let's take a break at the end of the over, and then we'll come back after this.
reaction time.
Who is all set to go. So the CCC are just accumulating runs now, 331. I think they might be thinking maybe get to 350 and really bat the CCC out, bat the West Indies Academy out of the game, but still give yourself a chance of getting 10 wickets. So welcome back, Billy.
Thank you, Ruskin Mark. And just to be as a referee between the two, Ruskin Mark and Tony Gray.
Again, they're just accumulating runs, and they really could just continue to bat in this game. But you're seeing Jordan every so often just going for the big hits. Now, if he connects on a couple of those, that will increase the scoring rate significantly. But even if he doesn't, they've been scoring runs at a fair clip so far this morning. So it mightn't look like it's an aggressive approach, but it is a consistent approach. And that has been consistent as well. Playing on a miss.
Well, the run rate has come down. It initially started close to around 4.21, with the highest run rate of the innings being 4.29 yesterday. But it's dropped under 4 now. But you're right. It's not like they're not scoring. We've seen a few boundaries this morning. There is rotation of strike, and the lead is 255. The current run rate 3.94. And yeah, it's 255. It's not a bad place to be after the first hour's play. The other side of it is a glorious cover drive for 4.
And that's what I'm saying. Every over, you get one of those, and then you get a couple of singles. So you're probably getting 6, 7 runs and over without any big alarms, And like I say, I just feel 11 o'clock might be the cutoff time. That they're probably going to bat until 11 or till they get to 350, as the case may be. That might be their benchmark.
But I was looking at really batting an hour and a half this morning because they had the early start as well, and give them a half an hour or more, depending on the change of innings, before lunch to have a go, because then you want to get 2 bites of the cherry with the new ball, because the batsmen, they're not going to go too hard at you with just a half an hour or so, or 6 overs or so before the lunch period. And then you really get to work in the last 2 sessions of play. And if you do get that total over 275 within that first hour and a half, then it's game on.
Yeah, I'm sure the batsmen are aware what the plan is, and they're just going about it accordingly without without giving their wickets away. Because you give away wickets or you keep losing wickets, then the fielding team, they get more confident and they come at you harder. And then you don't get to the total that you want to. But right now they are pretty much on course as the umpire is calling for the side screen. I was wondering what he was gesticulating about. Is a continuous no ball.
And it's as well this morning, starting with Rivaldo Clark and Pitman. I initially thought they would have started with Jediah Blades, but what Rivaldo Clark did do, he was very miserly from that southern end. And Pitman with a couple balls going down the leg side, and his plan was short pitch deliveries mainly, meant that the batsmen weren't scoring as quickly as they would have wanted to initially. There is that short ball from Jediah Blades. Blades came on with replacing Pitman at the northern end.
337 for 6 at the end of the over.
So Mr. Tony Gray is making his way across to the players' pavilion at the UWI Faculty of Sports building just to have a word with some of the players there. You think he'll take some of that message about declaration and so on and down to them?
I'm not sure. The challenge for Tony Gray is I wonder what time he's going to get to the pavilion at the speed at which he's going.
We'll give him about half an hour before lunch too as well.
He might have lunch over there one time.
No longer the long strides in making his way across the ground. It's not a fast run up these days for Mr. Tony Gray.
He's ambling up to the crease now. And he's in deep conversation and just enjoying his walkabout. Romario Graves is on 11, but Jordan is quickly up to 27 from 33. And that is a shot that you're seeing a lot more of. That's when they want to do is, because of the gap that they have over mid-wicket there, they seem to want to target that, especially against the spinner. If you smart, you bowl it further outside the off-stump. And that was hit hard. Stopped, or at least a lot of the sting was taken out of it. But it was traveling.
He was stung, yes.
But it's a nice day. Actually, we have the threat of rain, but we don't have the threat of rain. Let's put it that way. Well, it stayed away so far. And so we're keeping our fingers crossed that it doesn't change significantly. And a big drive outside that off stump.
I just brushed off the glove of Bowen, took it straight into the hands of Bishop as first slip, who is standing very close at first slip. Don't want to get back into that. Conversation.
Well, what I was telling Tony Gray was when the wicketkeeper assumes his position, right, next to the stump, because the glove most times is almost just at his left knee is in line with the off stump most times. The wicketkeeper moves a lot of times. So if the batsman plays, especially if he plays across his body like that, the wicketkeeper tend to pick up the line of the ball.
And blocks the first slip off.
No, he doesn't block it. Actually opens up the first slip. Because once the keeper moves like that,
left,
it opens up the gap, so he gets a better view of the ball that way. And but if he's standing too wide and ball is coming off a thinner edge, it's difficult to ask a first slip to go left and right. So that's why if he positions himself at first slip, he could stay there, regardless of where the wicketkeeper is, because a lot of times those edges will come straight to you at slip. It's when you're not in position and you have to do all kind of gymnastics.
And that's where you want to stand, where the ball is going to go off the edge. That has to be your first thinking. And you, to a right-hand batter, you want to be always moving to your right, because if you move to your right, you will be right. And if you move to your left, the ball will be left. Because it's going to go between you and the wicketkeeper. And at times, you're not quite sure if the keeper is going to go for it or if it's yours. So you want to be taking catches to your right. And the rule in the slips, anything to your right is yours.
Yep.
That has been the rule from first slip to third slip, fourth slip. Whatever is to your right is yours.
338 for 6. The lead is 260 now. And it continues to grow all the time. And so now Bishop is coming from the top end. This is where he had his most success in the first innings. So he's back at the top end, although he did do a number at the bottom end as well.
And the thing about these two teams, as we were discussing before we came on air, the CCC sits at 7th on the table with 26.6 points, and the West Indies Academy at 25 points. Now, both teams have scored over 300 runs in one of their innings, so they will get that bonus point. But what you're looking for, if they are bowled out here, then additional bonus points are going to be applied. And for these two teams that's trying to get ahead of each other at the bottom of the table, albeit, but it's very competitive and they want to be ahead of each other at the end of this game going into the second round. So you don't want to be bowled out here trying to post runs in a reckless manner and award more bonus points to your opposition. And at the same time, you have to be cognizant of how much runs you want to give them to chase. So it's a fine line.
Yeah, you could see that there is a deliberate plan as to how they're approaching this, because under normal circumstances, guys will just be coming and swinging the bat at everything, trying to get quick runs. These two have been a little more responsible and a little more deliberate with their batting and keeping things in front of them. The end of the over, 338 for 6.
Yeah,
a maiden over.
any wickets that they do get here to take it to 10's wicket would be a bonus indeed. And then the CCC, West Indies Academy rather, getting 10 wickets would give them more bonus points to try and jump ahead of the CCC, because it's only 1.6 bonus points that separate them between 8 and 7 position on the table. And of course, CCC, the first inning points, CCC gave that up to the West Indies Academy when they made over 300 runs. So the bonus points are going to be quite significant here in this game, particularly moving into the final round with the CCC coming up against Jamaica at the University of the West Indies next week.
Where Jamaica having a big win over the TNT Red Force, they must be over the moon. They could climb the standings now, depending on how other results go. They're going to take a quick single here. That's good running once again.
Well, Jamaica currently sit third on the table with that completed game against Trinidad and Tobago. They were 5th on the table on 59.8 points and now are up to 82.8 points with that third victory, and they now sit third on the table. But right behind them is the Leeward Islands on 79.6. And depending on how that game is going against Guyana.
And Guyana put themselves in a good position also to probably strike late, come from behind and register a win. And that's it, hit hard again. I'm not getting it through. Hit it almost straight.
And in that game, Guyana continued to bat on. 446 for 5. The captain Imlak out on 123. But Kevin Sinclair overnight 31. He's still there on 59. But Kimo Paul is at the wicket, and that is a good man to have at the crease for Guyana if they're looking for quick runs. So that total, and they have a lead there. So a declaration might just be imminent there as well.
Yeah, I would imagine Guyana, they try to win the game because they've already lost in first innings, and seeing what happened with Trinidad and Tobago. So they must be thinking, if we could get a win here, that could pretty much put them on course for another title. So, and they do have, quality spinners, so they could do precisely what I'm suggesting that will happen here. The spinners could come into this game, or even just the bowlers that they have, come into their own here and create all sorts of problems for the team batting last.
And the current lead is just about 300 runs for Guyana. So similar type of thinking going on in that game as well as here in terms of a declaration.
Stifled appeal, but just angling across the right-hander. 340 for 6 at the end of that over. Kim Jordan is 28-13 to Graves.
Not quite sure what weather conditions are on at Bastia. It's indicating on the AccuWeather map it is sunny.
A lovely day for cricket.
And on that same map, on the West Indies cricket page, it's indicating a sun, but seems as though the cloud has a teardrop in it on the AccuWeather map.
For Trinidad and Tobago.
For Trinidad and Tobago, yes.
So again, and you just look at how long it's taking the West Indies Academy to kind of get into position to start the new over. So the game is kind of slowed down now, and they're probably hoping that it kind of meanders along the way and that they don't get smashed around.
Well, a couple things might happen with a slow over rate in the morning period. We did have makeup overs for yesterday, having a 9:30 start here. We do have the option of the final hour of play as well today, so it might just lengthen the amount of overs they do get to bat when that time comes, light permitting, of course.
So they're probably thinking if they slow it down a bit, it means that it's less time that they're going to have to bat. That's another beauty.
He is getting a lot more turn today, of course, being a fourth wicket pitch. But when he's pitched the ball from this end, the northern end, outside of the off stump, he is getting more turn. And of course, there are bowler footmarks there.
And this time he was trying to get ultra aggressive. Probably lost the shape there a little bit, Graves.
He was pulling away fractionally with the cut shot, and he is getting some more turn, bowling into the bowler's footmarks as they bowl left arm over the wicket from that end. You could see it there again, turn and bounce.
So another over in the books quickly, 340 for six, another maiden to Bishop.
38 runs in this partnership of 70. And Hakeem Jordan has most of that with 28.
Yeah, he was a 27 from 33. He's added 1 run now from another 10 deliveries, 11 deliveries or so.
Yeah.
So he's not been having the strike as much as he probably would like, but I'm sure he's the type of player that's not going to just defend. He is going to try and launch a couple out of the ground. And I hope Tony Gray has cover down there because it could very well come his way. And just as I suggested, again, the bowler takes a lot of the sting out of it. But he was really going hard at that.
Trying to pick out our man down there who's made his way across to the West Indies Academy, part of the dressing room facility in the Faculty of Sport building. He's just there just to deliver a talk to the youngsters. Of course, he being a scout as well. Wide delivery, not called wide by umpire Kaulesa.
That's not that's to me. That's kind of like what he has to do because most times they want to go, this way with him. Put it off stump, outside the off stump, and he might get a top edge or something. And the bonks again. Now it's happening from both ends.
Well, he couldn't get a top edge on that if he tried. You just see Bowen Tucker just wringing his hands as well. That one bounce and turn.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. It's starting to it's starting to misbehave at both ends.
Of course, the ball is in its 90th over now. They haven't gone for the new ball, so it is very old. And of course, the wrist spinners particularly prefer it. In the older it is, they get more spin out of it.
Remember, this was the change ball. Remember yesterday we had a change of ball.
It was out of shape. Yeah, couldn't go through the ring.
Yeah, so I don't know if this one is responsible for that, but it certainly is bonks. And this is a tough one. This is close, and it probably did too much. It just went right through. Probably the googly, and it was quicker too. And Jordan was fooled. All ends up.
Well, umpire Kaulesa hasn't given too many LBW decisions. I can recall 2 in the match. Probably given a couple more. We'll have a look at this. It was the googly. On the back foot. Ooh.
No, he ended up outside. There it goes. That's a big hit. And so you hit me on the pad, I'll hit you in the stands.
Salt into the wound. Salt into the wound there. And that is what you were talking about, him going across the line, and he was just looking for the delivery pitched on middle and leg or so, and he went with it. Got a lot of it.
See, taking that from outside the off stump. That's what is so incredible about that. But that is the shot you want him to play, because if you bowl on the legs, well, then you're giving him a gift. You know,
that type of delivery there, turn and bounce, that would have beaten him in the previous delivery with the googly there. He was brave enough to still execute that type of shot, and it wasn't on the half volley or sweeping length either. It was bouncing, it was just short of a length, and he had no business pulling it in that direction. He's also hitting it against the breeze, but what a mighty hit that was.
348 for 6 now, 90 overs completed. And he goes rotoring on now. He's up to 35 now from 44. So he's picking up the pace again. It's amazing what one hit can do in the game of cricket now. We see that so much in the T20 format.
And he was brave enough to try the shot and execute to perfection as well, because both spinners we're seeing now getting some more turn and bounce out of the pitch.
Yeah, the lead is 270 now. So they're getting closer to that 300 mark, if that is the target. But it's 11 o'clock now, so it's just after 11. So we'll see if they change their attitude at all.
And the batting to come is Larry Edward, Shamar Holder, and Jaden Edmond.
They all like to hit the ball, so it's just a question of you could flip them around. Anyone could come. Shamar, I'm sure, would love to come and see if he can spank a few.
We're not quite seeing in the pavilion area who is padded up. Just a couple people outside, including that of Mr. Tony Gray.
Well, that's what I was asking, if Tony Gray was padded up.
If they ran away from him.
I wanted to see if he was padded up.
I think they could get pads.
Well, I'm not sure if we have pads long enough to fit him anymore. We might join 2. Well.
So if he has on 4 pads, does he bat at 12 then?
He batted 11 and 12. That's another good delivery following him and just keeping it out. That's good bowling, but it's also excellent batting as well to survive. Graves, he remains 14-35 to Jordan, 348 for 6 now.
Might just be as well the players just running inside as the lunch has arrived here in the commentary box, and for the players as well. So they may just be wanting to, if a declaration is to happen, to get dispensed with that lunch. And Mr. Gray just timed it very well to get across there as the lunch got there as well. There he is. You can see him having a word. Is Rion Griffith there?
He's sharing his vast experience.
Not his lunch.
Not his lunch. No, he won't share that. That's out of the question. But he will, no doubt, try to encourage the youngsters on both teams, not any one team. Try to get them to focus and concentrate on what they're doing.
And I was making the point as well with our producer, Mr. Ronnie Bikram Das here, as well as our cameraman, Richard. Just making the point before the start of the play. These two teams, get back to it. These two teams are an amalgamation, a collection of players from different countries, different parts of the region. So it's not as if they're representing a country, they're just representing West Indies cricket here. And you would want these two teams to try and go for a win. They have every advantage in trying to go for that win, to be as competitive as and get that killer instinct in.
Well, it's in CCC's favor to want to get a win, because remember, they lost on first inning, so they would love to come from behind and get full points in this game.
Then at the same time, you do have in BK Joseph Carlton Bowen took it. Joshua Bishop, who can hit the ball. If it does come to that run trace in the last hour and a half of play or so, you can get it down to under 100, whatever total is being posted. You do have the batters who can execute a chase.
Yeah, but again, you can chase for a short period. Chasing for a long period, you would go hard for a long period. It's tough. And there's another one. This one is going. It could be out court. The man is settling under it, and he takes a good catch, taking it over his shoulder, and that looks like blades. And that is the end of a good innings from Hakeem Jordan. He goes for 35. And it's just that the declaration has come because is it that or they're going off for some refreshments? But I see the umpires waving, so it might be refreshments coming onto the field. So Blaze goes, or rather, Blaze take the catch, and Jordan goes for 35.
A good innings here as we look at that again. He's pulling out the long handle, going after Mutare, and we saw 1/6 in the previous over. He's trying to repeat it on the offside this time, hitting with the breeze. It got off the bottom half of the bat and high up in the air, and a good catch indeed there from Jediah Blades. He would have been looking into the sun as well as that one went up into the air. We are going to go for that drinks break as we see third umpire Vicky Daniels making her way out. It's 348 for 7 in the 92nd over, so we're close to that target of 350, and we will well see a declaration soon. We'll take a break and be back after the drinks break.
Edward is the new batsman.
And a good knock there from Hakeem Jordan. And more or less, with the total on 348 for 7. And this is the point where we were anticipating we'd be close to a declaration with a lead of 270. We were saying 275 or so. And with 350 runs or so on the board, and we are almost to that point. And it's 10 minutes after 11, so it's just a matter of time. Do you want to give them 6 overs to bat before lunch or so, with a 10-minute changeover?
Yeah, you get your 2 fast bowlers to rev it up to 3 overs each. And then they get a lunch and they come back and do it again after the interval.
I don't know if they'll get lunch, Mr. Tony Gray is done
Yeah,
with
well,
that.
that's
Maybe stretch.
maybe, maybe that's why the captain don't want to leave the plane enclosure, the
He,
players' enclosure there.
his talk might be reduced as well from a 20-minute talk to a 15-minute talk. Smatara into that last delivery, 14 overs, finishing off there with the fall of that Akeem Jordan wicket off the final of the penultimate ball of that over. He got his first wicket, 47 runs conceded.
Yeah, he's bowling, but I mean he hasn't had the luck. He doesn't have the wickets to show for it. Just has that one wicket which he just got there. And again, look at where the ball was lying, like off stump, outside the off stump. So on this occasion, Jordan, instead of trying to go, he wanted to go with the spin, but he got so much under it, it skied and came down infield, and there was Blades taking a good catch. Those are never easy catches, by the way. They look easy, and worse yet when it's under lights. It's sometimes it's almost impossible to see the ball all the way through.
And he would have been looking directly into the sunlight at this point of the day. And the ball was high in the air, so he did very well to get that one in his hands.
That's stifled appeal again, and the arm ball is working for him. The batsmen still haven't really come to terms with it. They all keep playing for turn because he can't spin them. They just don't know which one. And there is that sweep shot again. It's that get out of jail shot.
Going against the turn. And with Akeem Jordan, when he did hit the six off the leg spinner, there was one man in the deep square leg. So if he got it in front of square, he got it all the way for six. But if he did miscue, then it might have landed safe. But when deciding this time to go through the offside, there are two fielders in the deep, one of which was at long off, didn't quite get it. And because the man was set there, the catch was taken. As a change in the field, a deep backward square goes into position now.
Yeah, Larry Edwards is left-handed, so that one kept very low indeed, and he wants the single. It's almost as if he ran the three-quarters of the pitch and then had to go back. So he completed a full single there, and the batsman at the other end just watched him as a Graves says, where are you going?
Well, it was that man, Rivaldo Clark, and although he did fumble, his reputation in the field preceded him, and Graves fully aware of it. Here deciding it's that man, Rivaldo Clark. I'm not taking the chance to him. He is quick in the field. But Larry Edwards, eager to get off the mark as well. Not quite sure we could credit him with that run.
Yeah, he did a full pitch there and more. This time they're going to take it. It's almost in the identical position, and this one is even faster than the one before. But maybe on this occasion, he kind of woke his teammate out of his slumber there, Graves, and he responded. So Larry Edward does get off the mark. He is on one now. It's 350. That's on the board. 350 for 7.
And a healthy run rate of 3.77. Although we're saying it's come down, it's still over 3.5 in context of the entire innings. And it's very good that they could post a high run rate like that, as well as post a good recovery of 350 runs. They have gotten their run rate throughout the tournament over that 3.5 mark a couple times.
So the lead is 272 runs.
We saw a bit of Larry Edward in the first innings. I think he made 12 runs or so. And quite capable with the bat. He remained not out in the first innings.
Busy body at the crease. Likes to get on with things. Oh, that's a peach.
Just wonder with the leg spin, are we going to see a lot more googlies with the left-hander on strike? And there's a perfect example of it there.
Good bounce and good carry.
Difficult for me to read it even on screen, but that was the wrong one. Just bringing Jagisa, who was at a short fine leg, bringing him around to more deep backwards, backward square, in fact. It is a deep mid wicket for protection.
That's well played. And he doubles his score. He goes up to 2 now. And so it's just a bit of a quiet period here because it's almost like if you're waiting to exhale, you're waiting for a big hit or two, or you're waiting on the declaration.
Thankfully, there is no smoke coming across the ground here, so we can inhale and exhale freely.
That's a good shot. That's glorious indeed. And you might get a boundary or you won't. It's just picked up inside the boundary, a deep extra cover. And but 2 more to the score pushes it along.
Jordan Johnson out there in the deep. I think putting a claim for a piece of land out there. He's been stationed there for much of the game.
He's had some bumps and bruises too.
Yeah, the first innings he wasn't all too well in the field. And then he got a bat in his hand and all was well.
Everything solve all our problems. So Matara continues to ring him his arm, as they say.
Johnson, 23 runs off 39 deliveries when he batted.
So that completes another over. It's 3-5-3 for 7 at the end of it.
Partnership now starting to build. It's just 5 runs off of 12 deliveries, 275 runs lead, which is where we anticipated. I'll give you the time check as well, 11:19. We're closely monitoring what is any message coming out.
We're seeing the batsman padded up, so it means that they intend to just keep batting.
Bayako Lester just having a word with the match referee across with his walkie-talkie. We still call it walkie-talkies. Communication device.
Communication devices, man. The lead is now 275, so they have achieved that. Anything now is probably gravy to them. But I still think they probably want to get up to. They've already reached the 350 mark. They have a 275 run cushion.
And of course, not wanting to be bowled out as well. 7 wickets down. If we can get a 2 or 3 overs and 20 runs additional, take us up to the 11:30 mark and get a declaration.
And see if we could prize out a couple of wickets before indigestion steps in.
And with a
Because
man,
if you pick up 2 wickets, they're not going to enjoy lunch at all.
but it doesn't seem likely with a man padded up and with a 10-minute changeover. And the manner in which the two batsmen are out in the middle there right now, it doesn't seem as though there is going to be a declaration. They'll just bat until lunch once they don't lose the wickets.
Yeah. So maybe that was the plan all along. Just keep batting. That's well played. He took his time, placed it well. They should get 2 runs. The man at deep mid wicket never moved. It's almost as if he's not playing. He just, at first I thought he was a member of the ground staff. He just kind of stood there right in front of the covers and never moved. He still hasn't moved. In fact, only now Pitman has decided that he's going to move.
See, if I don't have the ball in my hand, I'm not bowling. So you chase it. Young joggers are chasing after it from.
That was a member of the.
And he's just joggers are just waving at him. Come for it. Are you not coming for it?
I really thought he was a member of the ground staff because he just stood there. And the ball was not to say the ball was closer to him. The ball was his. It wasn't even. The man left mid-wicket square leg and ran all the way down, almost to the boundary. And then he just had to move 10 meters to his right to achieve the ball. He just never bothered. It's the end of the over. And at the end of it, it's 355 for 7.
That is the impact of having Tony Gray in the dugout. He might just be wondering, am my lunch secure? 60 minutes away from my lunch. But it was incredible indeed. He just stood there. Even when they were calling his name, he was like, what? Still, he's running it now. Like, no urgency to say the least. Providing our morning entertainment.
Well, that's the thing, that's what I'm saying. This period here, it could play on their minds a lot because I'm sure by now they would have been thinking they would have been batting by now. So they probably have the mindset, well, when is this declaration coming?
Yeah, as far as he's concerned, the declaration was already
Yeah, so he just was in there. So he's probably thinking, when we get to bat, I probably won't have to bat. So so my game is finished.
correct. He saw that 275 million heard us on commentary. I was like, right, declaration.
Yeah, come in, yeah, man.
It's a foregone conclusion.
And these guys are gonna bat out, and I won't have to put on the pads.
And
That's a good shot. Yep.
He didn't have much to do in the first innings, and now it seems as though he's done for the day.
They say, like, I'm just gonna chill out here, no problems. But it was just so ironic that even when they were waving and yelling at him, he was just like, what
They
are you
tried to
guys?
flag down a red band maxi on the priority bus route, and the driver, fully loaded, just drives past you.
He just never moved. It was so funny.
Refused to acknowledge.
Again, Mutara just doing enough here to keep the batsman honest. They haven't really been able to get at him much. One or two sweep shots worked, but outside of that, he's been very consistent with his line and his length and his two-way spin.
Even a type of delivery like that, were they in more attacking mode, he would have whipped it into the onside with just one man to beat on the boundary.
Well, that would have been a full-out slug sweep.
Clearing that front leg, trying to clear cow corner.
So they're really digging in here. Mutara getting through his overs fairly quickly. He hasn't been conceding many runs, many boundaries.
So this time in the air, and it's in that
well
direction. Yeah, it was more flight on that delivery, and he went in the air over mid wicket, and nobody out there at cow corner, and goes into the boundary for 4.
Yep, and again showing that he can score, and he likes to score, but he's been a little bit hamstrung here. I don't know what the instructions are, but that was a good shot from him.
And was a measured shot as well. It wasn't a full careless swing of the bat. Placed it well, got the timing right, and 4 runs easily accomplished in the end.
And again, but driving, good bit of cricket there, good drive, good fielding, and that ends the over. At the end of it, 360 for 7.
Yeah, so I don't think we're going to see a declaration. I think they're going to just bat until lunch, barring the loss of any more wickets.
282 now is the lead, unless they may feel more comfortable with a 300 lead. So,
and to just seeing him, MBK, is a helmet coming on the field?
Yep, they probably want to attack him, unless they're going to take the new ball. But right now they're still operating with the spinners.
Yeah, so I'm just a bit confused. We were thinking that they may be getting more aggressive, but MBK Joseph garners the helmet to go in front of the bat.
But that's another option that the youths have, that the West Indies Academy they have. They can use the new ball, and the faster bowlers are going to suck even more air out of the proceedings because of the longer run-ups.
But first you have to convince Kelvin Pitman that he has to come back and bowl.
So we put him to field. Right
in front of the bat.
Yeah, tell him as soon as the last ball of the over is delivered, the ball is yours. And there's that nice little tickle. That's a very good shot indeed. He didn't try to hit it hard. He just wanted to make some kind of contact And he just gets the boundary. Well, he had to chase all the way, Teddy Bishop. Every step of the way he had to run. And then when he got there, the ball just beat him into the roof.
Notice how many of the deliveries seem to be following Tony Grado and Pongtree. But it was a good shot. He wasn't quite in position, or the ball maybe wasn't quite there for that shot. And he adjusted his feet position and made it into that shot, knowing no one was there. And a good innovative shot there for 4.
Yeah, 364 now. Lead is up to 286. So they're 14 away from that 300 lead. That might be a consideration for them. Really tried to smack that. Should have done better. Probably hit it square. Hit it too soon. So again, the wickets we saw this morning, Daniel Williams went for 15. Jordan went for 35. Those are and Corbin was LBW for 11.
Bishop with 6 wickets in that first innings might just be thinking he could have come into the second innings and steamroll over this batting lineup, but it's not to be. Just a quick glance across at that Guyana versus Leeward Islands game. Guyana still batting, 326 run lead with 3 wickets still in hand. So neither team here nor there has declared. Their total is 468 for 7.
Yeah, they probably eyeing a 500 total. They are just going to bat and bat and bat.
And Kevin St. Clair, he's gone for 62, and it's the bowlers that are in. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed not out on 2, and Pumal not out on 4.
How much did Kimo Paul make?
It's just 16.
That's
Was looking for him overnight to come back out and to get going.
And well, he's so relaxed now. He could even bring out the reverse.
A rather curious shot indeed.
To meditate early. So why don't I try it again when they least expect it?
Or even when the ball is not there for it.
So we say he won't try this again, would he? He missed it. He missed the whole ball there. And it was full when it passed the bat.
And missed the off stump, not
Yep.
by much either.
Could have driven that through the offside.
Faster one down the leg side. Barbados Pride. Just 69 runs needed for victory. That game against the Windward Islands in reply to Windward Islands' second inning total of 316. Barbados are 236 for 5 in the 64th over.
Oh, just out of the grasp of the man of that fortune. And Becky Joseph there, just not able to get it into his grasp there. That had to stick because it was low.
And the man Shane Mosley not out on 98 of 201 deliveries. Batting with him is Matthew Ford on 20. The batters to come, the wickets remaining, Jomel Warrican, Dominic Driggs, Raymond Simmons. Not quite sure if Windwards would think that they're still in with a chance. But as long as Mosley is there,
They have incentive to bat. To bat on. Here, the over comes another Motaro over comes to an end. Graves was 22-9 to Edward. And it's 365 for 7. 365 would have been the Sagari Sobers record at the time until a certain Brian Charles Lara came along. Then Matthew Hayden decided he wanted to record himself. But as they say in local cricket, bad mind Lara came back and surpassed it and reclaimed the record.
He's just saying that you can't break that record against Zimbabwe and not expect me to challenge it. Went back to Antigua.
Yep, it's whole
Second
stomping
dose.
ground.
Second dose of punishment for
Yeah.
the English.
Yeah, they're probably saying what it is we did, Brian Lara.
Down the wicket. Couple steps. There is protection out in the deep. That Matara run over, just going for 4 runs.
Yeah, it must be something when it was Chris Lewis in the first one, and he just, I suppose the English might be saying, but he was targeting them because Viv Richards did a similar thing to Viv Richards seemed to just like the beating glove. That's like another good shot, but he's only going to get a single, so they're not just blocking, they're not scoring too quickly, but they're still trying to pick up singles as often as they possibly can. They have 2 already in this over.
There was a particular liking, of course, playing against the colonial masters, the English. Have a good relationship with them cricket-wise. And there's a second book in the works to come out. Summary against the Australians. It might just be about 8 chapters on Glenn McGrath.
Yeah, but I think why you have to like Australia and Australia's approach to not just cricket but to sport in general is that they play sport at every level and they play it with almost as if they play to win. They don't. There's a little bit of a mix up again. One man wants it. Yes, no, go back. And eventually Edward adhered to the call and returned to his crease.
Say good morning to Miss Joni Marie Bruce. Worked very closely with Mr. Brian Charles Lara, the Prince of Port of Spain.
So 368 for 7 at the end of the over. And you see some useful scores. That 107 from Jeremiah, 47 as well from Evelyn, 56 to Paris, 35 to Jordan. So they've had some useful contributions along the way.
Jordan showed intent when he was out there to get things moving along. And in contrast here, Larry Edward has come out with a strike rate of just 44 as opposed to Jordan's 73. He did hit 1, 6, and 5 fours, Akeem Jordan. A healthy contribution as well from the extras. 28 extras in all. 15 of them being wides and a couple of them over the head of the wicketkeeper that went into the boundary.
So Rivaldo Clark is back into the attack.
Cool breeze comes across the ground on a Saturday lunchtime here at the University of the West Indies. There is still a lot of clouds around, but no imminent threat of rain, which is good.
This is a stifle breeze out. He hit him on the back foot. He played and he missed it. And the ball just seemed to miss the outside edge, but it crashed into the back pad. And that is the end there of Edward.
He looked very disappointed with that decision being given out adjudged LBW. Rivaldo Clark coming back into the attack and picking up a wicket off his first delivery. We'll have a look at it here again. Right arm around the wicket. And we can't say for sure that the pad was in the way. Can't quite see exactly where the impact was.
So
It
three,
was
6, 8 for 8 now.
the man in the best position to see where the impact was, umpire Kelman, Kaulesa. 290 runs now the lead. So yeah, second set of bonus points in the second innings for taking 10 wickets. We'll be eyeing that up. Of course, if you want to deny them that opportunity for points, you can declare. Seeing that they are just 1.6 runs, 1.6 points difference on the table, might just be worth a thought. You man coming to the crease. Jamar Holder. Rivaldo Clark picking up his first wicket of the innings. He has bowled quite well. 7 overs, just conceding 17 runs, and he was quite miserly yesterday and again this morning. No bat pad in place. There are still 5 men out on the boundary line. Faster delivery.
He didn't give him much there to work with at all.
Run rate just dropping now to 3.71. Was a healthy 4.21 this morning. On the edge to slip straight to him, must be said. Just to add to the debate of the positioning of the man at first slip when compared to the spinners and the faster bowlers. It is looking to be a little bit deep in that first slip as well. Sometimes the positioning of the first slip is twofold. If he is wide, when runs are being accumulated, might just be if there is an edge or to stop a dab down to third man. And this time it's turned into the onside, and it is going to be the first slip giving chase. I'm going to come for 2. I will say that I am a bit disappointed in the strategy adopted as the over comes to an end 370 for 8. The fact that the run rate had dropped and there didn't seem to be much intention to accumulate runs at a faster rate. In fact, the run rate just dropping off. And having got to the 275 with time before lunch to declare, instead they went in the reverse and set up shop. And a lot more defensive shots being played, so much so that a bat pad was put in place, signaling no intent for a declaration.
Yeah, they've just batted. They haven't really gone about it in a reckless manner. They just seem to occupy the crease for long periods.
There is another man padded up to bat. Jaden Edmond.
So you could still see there's some deliveries doing just a little bit extra. The bowlers are, you find them beating the bat every so often. Almost every over you get one.
And just to add to the time, batsman just goes down the wicket just to give a fist pump. So 18 minutes before lunch. And it's safe to say we might just see the rest of this over just played out.
yeah, it's they're not really interested in pushing the scoring along. If it comes, it comes.
Wide, don't want to call it a long hop, but short ball, not put away. Just dabbed down to the man who is at point. He advances down the wicket to play a defensive shot.
I think he was fooled there a little bit, and he made his move, and then realized he was not in the best position, and he decided to look. Let me just get bat on ball here.
He certainly wasn't going to try to beat Nathan Edwards as long off, put it that way. The mid one is close in. This time it do get a single.
It was a good shot. He actually backed away, gave himself a little bit of room, and then placed it nicely, placed it away from the bowler and away from that short extra cover. And they were able to complete another single.
Okay, much to the amusement of Jediah Blades at mid-wicket. And the change of bat here as well. And Johan Lane just walks onto the field, nothing in his hands. He's there to collect the helmet. As they now decide whether or not to take the helmet off the field, and in fact he takes the vest off, using up a valuable 30 seconds again. And then BK Joseph decides he is going to take the helmet off the field. Give young Johan Lane a run out in the middle. We've seen now to embellish the delay by bringing in the deep backward square from the boundary into a short, long leg position. And the ball goes just to his left. And the laughter goes on around there. And he's just escorting the ball to the boundary as they come for two. Really, really lackluster chase there from Joshua Bishop. And just wondering there, the staff inside the dugout will be seeing this a little bit of complacency setting in here. There's absolutely no urgency to the cricket.
Yeah, they're just going through the motions right now. They're not really forcing the issue, and neither are the batsmen. So it's almost like they're just playing to the luncheon interval right now.
Seems as though for the last 20 minutes or so, 30 minutes or so, we've been stuck in that mode. Flighted delivery, and it's a drive through the covers. There's a chase on for Johnson. He's not going to get there. Flight and a tad bit over pitch there. And Romario Graves, he's been out there for a while, 77 deliveries, and gets up to 30 now with that boundary.
Yes, he does a good shot. And in the midst of all the defensive prodding and probing, he uncorks a gem here.
Gets that left leg out it. It's through the line of the ball and a good-looking boundary to break up the monotony that was building.
He kept his eyes on it nicely. And again.
Can't beat the man there. And of course, the man diving away is Rivaldo Clark.
The lead is now 299, so it's 377 for 8. So they're one away from the 300 lead.
Another slow delivery, almost crawling through the air.
For a moment there, it looked like he was going to go with a big swing.
If you could just imagine flighted ball crawling through the air.
Slow. Again, playing at it and not really able to put it away. But 377 for 8. The end of 102 overs. That's the very latest here at the Sir Frank Royal Enclosure. So 377 for 8 it is. The lead is 299 now. Grace is up to 30, so he's enjoying himself. Chima Holder, I'm sure, want to do something. This one might have just brushed the edge. They're appealing for a catch at the wicket, not outside the umpire. And the batsman Holder just watches on.
And everybody just stands in bewilderment that it wasn't given.
Yeah,
It was
that was-
almost a foregone conclusion that he had edged it.
But Chima Holder never moved. He's looking at them as if to say, what are you guys appealing for? I never touched the ball. I hit the pad on the way through.
At least Leslie Refer Jr. out there is in the wide away club. He's clipping the back leg. Nowhere near the bat. Bishop looking for his second wicket. He as well is approaching the 100 mark in terms of conceding runs.
So that is the 300 lead for the CCC. They're 378 now for 8. Remember, they trail by 78 runs on first innings. So they had that deficit. They knocked that off nicely. And here they are. They put on 161 for the first wicket. And that put them in good stead. And they're just sort of grinding the youths of the West Indies Academy right now.
You mentioned it earlier, yeah. 161 run opening partnership, Ruskin building on the 43 runs partnership in the first innings, and that partnership propelled both Jeremiah and Evelyn to 425 runs apiece. Number 7 and 8 on the most runs table.
It's good to see that we have all these new faces coming to the party. As it reached 378 for 8, so 103 overs used up. Now like I said, they had the option of the new ball. They've kind of waved that off, and they're just going with this ball. It would be interesting to see how a brand new Cherry will react on the surface.
Might just liven things up.
It probably will.
Just number 9 and 10 at the crease. There was a second 98-run partnership between Shaqiri Paris as well and Kieran Powell. Paris getting out for 56 and Powell 35 respectively. '99, in fact, 1 run short of a 100-run partnership between them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this 300 runs now is going to take some getting. So it's either one of two things. Either you go at it, you go hard at it, or you decide it's not worth it and just, bat out the remaining sessions. What you're hoping is that you don't lose quick wickets, and then you give the opponents a big boost, and they feel like they could move mountains.
Well, on the point side of it, first inning total alone would put the West Indies Academy ahead of the CCC, barring the bonus points.
And that's a good hit. He's coming into what's it this time? He couldn't get there, and I thought he had hit it a lot straighter, but the angle took it all the way straight down. It went to Bleeds, but it dropped well short of him. He started to advance and then realized he couldn't get under it. So some ultra aggression there. Pitman is being moved at that position at square leg. He's being brought sort of front of square. So they're just closing in on the lunchtime interval. They have about 9 minutes or so left, a couple of overs remaining. Will the declaration come, or will they surprise us all and continue to bat? That's a good shot. That's going to pick up a couple more.
And they're going to challenge him for 2. He
I
had
don't know.
to come around, throw to the non-striker, and no backing up from Motara, but backing him up for Mbike Joseph.
So why is that a hustle for 2 runs? That looked like it had 2 runs all the time. I don't know why it ended up being a big scramble at the end. If they ran the first one as hard as they ran the second one, then they would have just been ambling that second run. Because like you said, he had to go a long way to his right.
That man Rivaldo Clark there. Anything to him, it's a second thought.
Yep, it ends the over though, and it's 382, 380 for 8.
Well, the good thing about running the second one hard there is that there was no man at the stumps where the throw came into on the non-strikers end, and BK Joseph was backing up. And had it just clipped the stumps, or if the throw was wayward, there was a possibility of a third. And running the two hard would have facilitated that. But to hit the stumps from all the way out there, Johnson would have done very well indeed. And no doubt we would have seen him rolling around, appealing on the ground.
Been trying to persuade the umpire that it's deserving of a dismissal.
He might have been calling for a review as well.
But it's going to be interesting play after lunch, regardless of what happens. This is going to be the period when this game should just spring to life. It's a good shot.
Well, it's very still as well. There are clouds around, and it is as still as was the scoring rate, but we're starting to pick up now. And just hope when it gets still like that and there's no wind to push those rainy clouds away.
There he goes, targeting that position, maybe forward of square is where he wants to hit. He'd probably be better advised to hit it backward, behind square, if he's going to sweep. It means he's going to have to go way outside that or put that left pad well outside and sweep across it to try to get it backwards.
Yeah, we saw Romario Graves fashion that type of a shot using his feet shuffling in the crease to make a ball in the line so that he could get away behind the square. Because the only man out there is Johnson, and he's a deep mid wicket. If he gotten something on that day, it would have been runs.
Because it's an unprotected area back there. So it's he missed out on a nice gift there. And it had the kind of speed that it probably would have reached the boundary.
Yeah, when you're stuck in that type of defensive mind frame, when you get a loose delivery like that, everything was in his favor to get something on it. No one patrolling that area beside or in the vicinity beside the umpire, Kelman Cowlessa. And it would have been maybe an easy 2 and perhaps 4 end of the over. The final delivery in that over, he just sent Motara further back. He wasn't all the way to the boundary at mid-on. He's just around 3/4 way and was told to take a couple steps backward. But end of the over, 383 for 8.
Yeah, they just added the 1 run there. So they had their opportunities. They just didn't go about it in a very in an aggressive fashion. They've accumulated runs without really blasting their way to a total of 383 and make that 384. And because he had to come a long way, they probably could have even attempted a second, but they seemed quite content with the 1 run. Pitman probably put in a good word.
Not to make him look bad.
Probably
Now he has to sprint all the way from short backward square, all the way to deep mid wicket now.
I'd probably saying to them, don't play the ball there again. I may have to run it down myself.
No rest for the wicket. He doesn't even make it all the way to the boundary. And it's turned in his direction, but can't quite get past him, BK Joseph. Yeah, he's not even all the way to the boundary. He stopped while ball was being bowled and now goes all the way back to the boundary.
In his defense, the bowler started the bowl too soon. So he had to stop where he was and walk in from there.
It's his own fault. He got it back into him too quickly. Rafael Kelman just looks at the watch. A couple deliveries to go in the over. It's a couple minutes as well to the luncheon interval. Short. Cut. Two men there. Can't bisect them. The left-hander, Edward Fielding to his right side, and the left-hander, Joshua Bishop. Let him do it. But it was to the left of Joshua Bishop, and they're very close in there. And perhaps they should switch sides. It would be for no reason at all. Both left-handers. End of the over. It's 1 run in the over.
So again, the game has kind of gone to bed here a little bit for some time. I'm not seeing Tony Gray.
Has he gone to bed as well?
But I'm not sure.
After lunch,
He was sitting
little siesta.
out there, and now he's probably gone inside one of those offices over there, or one of those enclosures, to probably have another word with somebody else.
Might just have to send word to check on him. Hope all is well, Mr. Gray.
Yeah. Just tell them, just look for these size 17 shoes, and you're sure to find them. Again, very, very correct in the sense that he's trying to just block the ball. He's not trying to score off most of them.
Cut away, and he's gonna go for 4. Short and wide outside the off stump, and this time Graves was prepared for it. Gets it past the man there, Auguste, at backward point, spinning away from him and all the way into the boundary.
Well, you ask yourself here, at what point it is the concept is just let them bat. With what this is the penultimate game of the season, and just let everybody bat, because got bonks on that one, bonks and turn.
Well, they could have been thinking the other way, it's the penultimate game. Let's go for a victory.
Yep, and this is the team that you probably most likely will beat.
You've given them incentives of bonus points, bowling and batting. Opportunity to bowl them out here and get additional bonus points. Instead, we saw a slower over rate. We saw the run rate dropping. Our false alarm, dead ball signal.
Yeah, this could very well be the final over, unless the umpires decide otherwise. But yeah, it is. The last ball has been bowled 388 for 8, 310 lead.
Just run through the batting card. Johan Jeremiah, 107. Damel Evelyn, 47. Kieran Powell, 35. Shakiri Paris, 56. Kyle Corbin, 11. Daniel Williams was the first to go this morning, out for 15. Romario Graves is still there on 37. A brisk 35 from Akeem Jordan. Larry Edwards, 11. Chamar Holder is out there with Williams. He's on 6. 28 extras. The fall of wickets, the first one falling with 161 runs on the board. The second one falling 168. And then a 99-run partnership for the third wicket when Powell fell. And now we are at the 8 wickets down, falling at 368. 388 for 8. And the wicket takers in the innings, Jediah Blades 2 for 72, Kelvin Pitman 3 for 70, and a wicket apiece to Bishop, Mutara, and Rivaldo Clark. And that's the news here. And we'll take a break for lunch. See you in about 40 minutes or so.
And welcome back to the Frank World enclosure, where it's a little bit breezy, a little bit overcast as well, probably more so than before the luncheon interval or before the start of the luncheon interval. But as they say, we play on. No declaration just yet. And but the new ball has been taken, and so this is an attempt to try to see if they could prize out the last 2 wickets. And as I welcome back Tony Gray, T. Gray is 388 for 8. It's a lead of 310 runs. Probably more than enough runs. I don't see the West Indies Academy getting that. But till they bat on. I know you have grey hair already, but this would give you some more grey hair.
That's right, Ruskin. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to our listeners and viewers. I'm not seeing why they're still batting on. I mean, you have to play the game positively. It's part of what you want from players to go out there and try to win the game, and they've batted too long.
And they're still batting, and there's a drizzle. There's a slight drizzle coming across the ground, so we will get play, but we may not get for long. And this one, you lose the keeper, and it goes for 4 runs. It just hit the inside edge and somehow bounced over the keeper. He's not the tallest man, and no fault of his own. That's genetics, and that goes for 4. So they tack on 4 more.
You can tell that by the feel inside, they expected to be out there batting to try to get to the score set by CCC, but you can tell that they're going through the motions. Of course, the new ball has been taken. The fast bowler has it, so he's going to run in and try to get 2 wickets to his name. But I think that the fielders are just going through the motion because of the situation of the game.
Well, they've set the man at deep backward square. There's a fine leg, so the short ball might be in play here. And as well as some agricultural stroke play, because I don't see any of these 2 batsmen just going to try and get behind the line of the ball and for any length of time. So it's like the rain is sort of engulfing because over in Maracas, St. Joseph, heading down by you there, Tony Gray, in your palace in Santa Cruz, in your mansion in Santa Cruz.
You said palace and then mansion.
Well, one next door to the other, one opposite the other.
Talking about the head coach of the West Indies Academy team, Sri Lankan. I'm not going to try to pronounce his name. Subha Singh. All right. He is excellent at getting these young guys going. He talked about the fast bowlers, for example. He was impressed with them yesterday. And he mentioned that he wants them to look to bowl 25 over the day. And that's a fitness level that they must attain.
Yeah, and not be injured as a result of it. That's the other side of that equation. But it's not easy to bowl 25 overs in a day constantly. But that's the demands of international cricket, especially if you're going to play Test cricket. You're going to have days like those. There are other days you might just bowl 10, 12 overs and you pick up 5 wickets and you're happy like Papi. But then there are other days when you're going to be grinding. You beat the bat a myriad of times and you have 1 wicket. That's why you end up having to bowl 20, 25 overs in a day, because it's, the law of averages working against you. And these 2 have decided they're just going to block and run. And if it's up in their zone, well, they're going to have an almighty swoosh.
Oh, yeah, you cannot understand what CCC is doing here. They have to accumulate some points. Of course, it's coming to the end of the tournament, and they are second to last at the start of this round of cricket. And you really want to see them being positive out there, but they're not. And they have decided to bat on. It's not like the pitch is turning a lot, where you could perhaps look at a session and a half to try to prize out the opposition. As you suggested, 2 sessions would have been
At
ideal.
least, yeah, and maybe even an hour before the luncheon interval. There he goes again. I tell you, anything that is slightly up in his half, he's going to have an almighty swish at it.
We saw that from him in the first innings, Graves, not a batsman that will stay there for long. He likes to get on with it. And he's going to try to play those left to drive.
The rain is coming. It's not too far. You could see the breeze getting stronger. It means they're bringing the rain with it, and it's blowing, but it's blowing it towards the field. And it's almost like a magnet attracting the rain right now. But we play on for the time being. The ground staff is at the ready. And that is the end of the first over with the second new ball. Remember, we had a change ball. It's 395 for 8. And the tarpaulins coming on. So after just 1 over, after the luncheon interval, it's time for another break and play.
Yeah, it's unfortunate the umpire's coming out. And, you have a local umpire to look and see what's going on. And he would have umpired at this venue before. The rain normally comes from the east. This time it came from at the back of us, our commentary booth, the north. And obviously the covers are going on. But another break and play. And this has been a common trend. We saw a lot of interruptions yesterday, not just for the rain, but twice players came off the field because of the smoke. So this game has been full with interruptions. It's not easy for players to come off the field and go back to recapture their focus, but it's the nature of the game, Ruskin.
It is. The lead is now 317. That is kind of irrelevant now because it's pretty much beyond their remit at the moment. I don't see them getting even close to it. I mean, I would like to see somebody stand up and make 100, an enterprising 100, and maybe drive some fear in the bowlers from CCC, But somehow I don't see it, and this development now with the rain is just another layer to the situation that makes it even more critical. Why they should try now to see if they could consider the prospects of maybe declaring on whatever play is possible. As they say, just throw everything at them and let them go. They put themselves in a bit of a bind here now, and so they now, but you can't predict the rain. So you play with what you have, and then you move on. But to bat up until lunchtime, I was saying an hour before lunch, and let your fast bowlers go even half an hour before lunch, and just let them go. And now you could have been bringing them back for like a second spell after testing the waters, so to speak. But now you're almost compelled to declare, or just bat out, and bat, because the game would have been
Remember, we had a half an hour more play this morning, so we had
2.5 hours.
The ideal thing was to bat for hour and a half, and an hour before lunch declare, right? Because you want enough time to win the game. You look at the pitch conditions, certain things you must consider too. The opposition, what it did in the first half of the game or their first innings, the pitch conditions, to know how to go about it. You have to keep note of the weather patterns, because before the day play starts, you have to know what might happen where the weather is concerned. So all these factors must be taken into account, but this is absolutely poor cricket, not declaring an hour before lunch.
Yeah, the declaration should have come along. And just so that you don't say you never came in and never saw her, there is the young lady standing up at the edge of the tarpaulin there. And as they're trying to put on the covers, make sure that they're on properly. And look at the skies in the background. Nothing blue there. The only blue you see in a blue faces right now. because they would have hoped to be out there finishing up, mopping up the tail, so to speak, and getting the run chase on, but that will have to wait for a little while. So as they continue their covering of the square, we'll take a break, and as soon as we have any cricket action for you, we'll come back. But at the moment, from the Sir Frank Royal enclosure here in St. Augustine, the CCC batting a second time at 395 for the loss of 8 wickets. They're 317 runs to the good, and they still have 2 wickets in hand. Graves is not out 38. Chima Holder is not out on 12. And right now, it's anybody's guess how play will progress the rest of this evening. So again, until we have some positive news for you, we'll hand it back. Well, good news, and of course it's kind of bittersweet because we've lost quite a significant amount of time because of the weather, and then there was a damp spot on the wicket on the northern end. But nevertheless, we're looking at Shamar Holder, who is coming in to bowl the first over of the afternoon. This is after the declaration came from CCC 395, and that meant that they had an overall lead of 317 runs. And so now the West Indies Academy chasing 318 for a victory. Tony Gray says not going to happen, and but are we going to find some fireworks with the ball or with the bat?
Not with a bat. I don't think that it's advisable for the youngsters to go after the score. You want them to have the opportunity, though, to bat and bat sensibly, gain some experience against some good enough bowlers.
Holder teasing him out just outside the off stump there. Auguste, Akim Auguste and Mbeki Joseph, the opening bats for the West Indies Academy.
It's all about gaining experience. You would have been in the dressing room for a while, rain interruptions, and you mentioned what happened on the run up there. And you have to say that it took a little while to declare, but you can't prevent the rain.
And this one just probably touching down and moving away, probably too far outside the off stump, but that's a good delivery. And a very interesting one at that, touching down, and it's going across the left-hander. Auguste, who made 5 in the first innings. I'm sure he'll want to do much better this time around. One of the few remaining innings that he might have for the season, so you want to take advantage every time you go out in the middle. Shima Holder, similar thing. He would want to get wickets. And just a falling short, but it might run to the boundary. And in fact, it does go into the widest third man backward point boundary for 4 runs. So the first runs of the innings, and it's with 4 without loss after 1.
I think that was a very good delivery from Holder. He's shaking his head in disgust, but it's been slightly unlucky in this game. He's pulled some very good wicket-taking deliveries, but that's what he needs to do because this pitch has gone flat. It was giving something to the faster bowlers early on, and you need to pitch up the ball. You can't swing the ball. You can seam the ball. So not a bad idea, and a very good last delivery from that first over.
Yes, it certainly was an interesting back. Akeem Jordan is going to pick up the attack from the top end, no doubt hoping to see if he could bring some life into the game. The best way to do that is to pick up a couple quick wickets and put a little fear in the dressing room of the West Indies Academy. Nice cool conditions here, breezy. A little bit of rain about, but we'll wait to see.
It's a bad start, angling down the leg side. You've got to get warm from the dressing room and not bowl those warm-up type deliveries. I had a word with Jordan in the dressing room not too long ago, and I said to him that, all right, you got to come out your comfort zone sometimes. We know that you have the ability to bowl that line and length delivery, shift the ball around both ways, but sometimes you've got to be aggressive just to shake up the batsman.
Yep.
It's well played, working the ball around, good aggressive run. Looking for the second, but it's not on. And in these sort of situations, Ruskin, we know that most likely it's going to be a draw. But these sort of situations, you want the young players and the older players to show that professionalism out there.
Well, you want to, if you're a bowler, you still want to put in a good spell. As we say, put in a good shift for your team. If it results in wickets, well, then fine. If not, you want to make the batsman play and miss quite a bit or create some problems for them.
Yeah, I like this better than going around the wicket. He's a right medium fast bowler. And what we witnessed in the first innings was a lot of wasted deliveries. He was bowling to the wicket keeper rather than the stump. So going over the wicket is a more logical thing to do. And he's doing the right thing, in my opinion.
Well, he's back over the wicket. Started around the wicket and decided over the wicket is probably where he's a little more comfortable at the moment. And it's not that he can't bowl around the wicket. He probably has better control over the wicket. And so said, so done. He is a rhythm bowler, just short of a good length bowler. He's kind of a nagging type of bowler, but he does get movement. He can move the ball off the seam.
What I like about him is his wrist position. Most times it's really behind the line of the ball when he releases the ball, so you can get the ball to touch down on the seam. And as I mentioned, that he is also a swing bowler, so he's got some good skills.
Not a long run by any stretch, and but he uses it well. It's almost like economy of movement. He doesn't overuse his arms or anything. He does have a little hop and skip in his run up, but it doesn't stop him. He still is moving, and there is rhythm in it, even though it's not the smoothest of runs in towards the wicket.
When you're trying to assess fast bowlers, you have to ask them questions about what transpired before when they were 14 years old, 16 years old. I hope it's not the same run-up distance that he had when he was younger.
This one is in the air and he's taking it, caught and bowled. Well. There was O'Geese trying to turn it on the onside and it hit the leading edge, went back to the bowler, and in his follow through, he took a smart return catch and it's 4-for-1. Well, rather 5-for-1.
Well, no excuses there. He played that ball, looking to work the ball on the onside. We talked about Jordan's ability to move the ball away from the left-hander and into the left-hander. That slightly went away from him. And I think that O'Geese was trying to turn the ball on the onside. It seemed to have gotten the leading edge and was easily caught by the bowler in his follow-through. So good start by Jordan, and he would want to prize out some more wickets.
Well, that's the general idea, to put a little fear, put some panic in the dressing room, because men who are coming now might be thinking, boy, the ball doing all kind of things out there. It's not doing anything much. But it's a new ball, so it will shake around a little bit. And so that's exactly what they should be doing here. Just keep the pressure on and let's see how they respond to it.
Yeah, I like that, because anything can happen in the game of cricket. I mean, 37 overs at the start of the innings. Sides have been bowled out for less over than
two
that.
overs, yeah. Well,
Yeah, so things can happen. The environment is a wonderful bowling environment. It's like English conditions. It's gloomy all over. There's a nice breeze. So you have Jordan having the ability to shift the ball around. These are ideal conditions for him.
But again, as Tigre was indicating, when the innings started, they had 22 overs in an hour and a half plus the 15. So in the last hour. So that would bring it to 37 overs all told. And, but if they keep losing wickets, it may not reach that far. But it's like a race against the weather. Everything is happening all at once here. The only thing that I don't think CCC is worried about is the 300 and the score, the 318 victory target.
It's nudging that ball around nicely on the ground using the pace. Yeah, it's about how well you come out of the dressing room. We know that most likely it's going to be a draw game. But the coach has to insist that guys come out there with the impetus, like if they are now starting the game. Because as I said before, anything can happen, and you need to have the habits going the right way. Now, these guys, the young guys, you'll be looking for a future in the international game, and they have to continue the right habits, try to expand on it, and even try to curtail the bad habits. So this 37 overs is very useful where that is concerned.
Yeah, it is. It could be a good test for them, especially if they lose a couple of wickets here. How do they pull things back. That's the important thing here. And the captain is out there. He obviously feels that this is the time for him to put his hands up. He got 99 in the first innings. And the hands go up quickly as he shuffles in behind one.
Yeah, I want to see Holder being aggressive. Remember what happened with the West Indies Academy bowlers? They ran in and really bowl with hostility and aggression and controlled aggression too on a slow pitch with the old ball. He's got the new ball now, and I want to see him bowl with controlled aggression and make a statement or send a statement to the batsman.
Well, the two batsmen are looking in the area. I'm not quite sure what they're looking at, but they're having a little discussion. And I think they're doing the next thing. They're probably slowing the game down, hoping that maybe by the time they get to maybe the next 15, 20 minutes, it might be a different scenario here in terms of the weather conditions, the light, and even the threat of rain.
Yeah, it's about game awareness. It's about understanding what the weather patterns are about. You see Teddy Bishop, the captain of this youthful side, looking up. He's looking around. He's looking in all directions to try to uh, anticipate the weather. He's probably trying to slow down the game, talking to his partner. And he's sending some signals to the umpire too. So he's trying to
Trying
prompt the
to,
umpire to say, let's go off.
so again, they have to be at this stage. You probably want to be touching down just on that off stump. You want them to play at almost every delivery. You don't want to allow them to just pick up the bat and allow it to go through outside the off stump. If they're going to pick up the bat, then let them pick up and have to duck or make a decision or something as to their own safety.
One of the things that he has improved on, Holder, is the ability to get close to the stump. So his perception of where he wants to pitch the ball is better. You've seen that from the former great Australian fast bowler Glenn McGrath. Always seems to get in close to the stump. And he just has to complete his action there. That was a very good delivery. But again, it's about not just bowling that short of the length delivery. He wants wickets. He's got to search and hunt for wickets. He's got to try one or two Yorkers.
And again, stay off the legs, which is more like off stump, and try and operate it and try and get the radar working there. That's the end of the over, and his second. It's 6 for 1.
Holder played that one test match in New Zealand. Didn't make any tours after that, was injured. Got a lot of injuries. Went to England and tried to improve his action. Got stronger. One great thing about him is that I mentioned it to him just now in the dressing room that he has maintained fitness. It's not easy. You talked about Ian Bishop and coming back from injury. It's not easy for a fast bowler coming back from injury, but it's nice to see Holder play all the games this year without getting injured.
Well, the ground staff is moving into position. They're obviously at the ready. Should the umpires call them, there's a drizzle around the ground right now. And the players, all of a sudden, the bowlers are walking back to their markers, like really, they're marching back now to the top of his mark. And the batsmen are doing the right thing. They're just slowing them down. And so it's a real cat and mouse going on here at the moment. Jordan wants to fly in. And here's a beauty. Just at the last minute, he might have brought, and there we go. The umpire is calling the covers on. And immediately you could see the umpires taking the players off the field. So it's an indication that it's time for them to bring the covers on. And but this is sad to see because that early wicket probably just added something to the game, and it really would have been interesting to see if they were able to get in maybe 10 overs and see what kind of damage could have been done there, and maybe set up the rest of the game that way. But as it is right now, not much either team could do about this. Once the rain intervenes, then there's not much else you can do. Then the covers take over.
Yeah, it's a sad thing about this lovely game called cricket that when rain interrupts it, you cannot do anything about it, and the constant going back to the dressing room and having to refocus has been commonplace in this particular game. We saw that yesterday for different reasons. So it's not easy for the young players, but Ogis going very early,
Both
perhaps,
innings.
not being focused and playing too early. You've got to get out there with a certain degree of focus. And to me, it was too lazy playing the shot.
But you also have to be concentrated in the sense that you're just playing the ball on merit, and what you do as, I suppose, as an opening batsman as well, in a case like this, you want to play as few deliveries as possible. You don't want to be lured into playing wide outside the off stump or anything like that, because you're just trying to occupy the crease for an extended period of time now, and you're just trying to keep everything in front of you. So you're playing everything. You're probably looking to drop the ball at your feet more than anything else. As you play it, must go right down there, even if you can't get a run. But at least don't go trying to turn the ball all over the place. And that's exactly what happened to me. He was playing as if he was playing freely, and he paid the price for it.
Yeah, present the full face of the bat early on and play with soft hands. Opening batsmen need to do that. Or, in fact, all batsmen need to do that, but especially opening batsmen, and learn to leave the ball alone. But the question is, at this stage of these players' lives, is it right to cement batsmen in position or look and see what position might be suitable for them?
Well, I suppose to remember the coaching staff would probably be spending more time with them, so they'd have a general idea of whose technique is suited for what. And once they understand the rules, they would probably be able to determine, well, Tigre, you be a better fast bowler than you are a better opening bat, or you might be a better off spinner than you are, a third change bowler or something like that. So it's probably a question of the time that they spend together. Now, remember, a lot of these guys probably play these roles with their clubs or in the schools or whatever it is, and so they naturally think or they gravitate towards that particular position. But I'll give you an idea of how that could change, and when you have information, how it changes. When Nicholas Paul, our national cyclist, in fact, I'm hoping to get good news that he wins another medal, because he was into the quarterfinals of the match sprint. Both himself and Jesse Phillips were in there, and he had the fastest time in the flying 200, which is the qualifiers for the match sprint. So we expect another medal from there. He already has two. We're looking for a third one. They won gold in the team sprint, both of them. And then he came and he finished second in the Karen. And now he's in the match sprint or quarterfinals, hopefully semis, and then finals. But that is taking place today. But what I was saying with him, if you remember, if you knew cycling, and Nicholas Paul was really a distance rider. In his early years, he rode the longer distances. So now it doesn't surprise me that he is a good sprinter, primarily because once he made the switch and he got his fast twitch muscles going and whatever,
Endurance level.
the endurance level was already there. So his speed endurance is better than a lot of other riders.
It is a lot like Usain Bolt. He ran 400 meters. So when he turned to running sprints, not just the 100 but 200, he had top end speed.
Yep, but it wasn't just the top end speed. If you look at how Usain ran, Usain didn't have the fastest start, but he worked on his start, right? So his drive phase was very good as well.
Yeah.
And so by the time he straightened up, it was almost already 40 meters, 50 meters finishing the race.
Yeah.
So he just basically got to that phase, and it was maintenance the rest of the way.
I remember going to a workshop in Houston, Texas a couple of years ago, and they were trying to analyze and assess Usain Bolt's start. And the perception before that was that the guy who was 6'5" could
Shouldn't
not
start.
be
Yeah.
right.
He worked on
But
his start.
that's
right.
right. So his angle of starting, his body angle, was suitable for his height, and he got into the phase quite quickly.
Shorter men stayed lower for longer because they were
Center of
already
gravity,
they were there like Atto.
Mhm.
When Atto put his head down and he started, he would stay with his head down and he'd get up and he'd still see his head down and then he would straighten up. He's already into his work by that time, and it's just going. Carl Lewis was, but Carl Lewis was probably
6'1", 6'2".
but he was a kind of anomaly in a sense, because he had this uncanny ability, which is probably down to the same thing, because he was a jumper, right?
That's right.
And he had these powerful legs. He maintained his speed for much longer. So when you do an analysis of 100 meters, you would see where most runners will start to dip after 80, 85 meters, and they're just holding on they're not going their fastest. It looks like they're going their fastest, but they're not really going their fastest in the last 15 minutes. It's maintenance.
Yeah.
And that is where Carl Lewis used to win most of his races, because when everybody else is here, he was still here. So he got to the line.
He had
faster
wonderful
than them.
mechanics too.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing is that when you look at cross training for the faster bowlers, you can use track and field, sprinting, and the proper mechanics and that sort of thing. But getting back to the batting positions, I think we cement young players in batting positions too quickly. One of the things about me as a coach, I use the great teams to try to analyze why they were good teams or great teams and try to sort of emulate it. You cannot do everything similar, but you have to look at why these teams were good. For example,
works.
Gordon Greenidge
Look at
was
what
Roy Fredericks before.
Mm-hmm.
He was a square cutter, very aggressive. Gordon Greenidge would have played with him. But then Desmond Ince came and reorganized his game. He was ultra aggressive at the start. And then you had one person who was always a little bit more positive, and the other person was the anchor. Well, you want to look. That's right.
Yeah.
You want to look also at the mentality, the bravery part of it, being an opening batsman. Your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, no, you're correct in that sense. But the key, of course, is technique. You have to have the technique to do the job that the coach is asking you to do. Of course, heart and determination comes into play, but your technique is what is going to get you through the difficult times. If your technique is good, I don't care who's bowling, you will survive because you have good technique.
Yeah, but psychologically, you're right, Ruskin, because I'm not going to go against you. But you're right. But if you don't have the psychological strength to be an opening batsman, to face the new cherry against vibrant or extreme pace, then you're not going to move properly because you're going to be frightened. The fear factor, and if you look at the West Indies team, during the heydays, we created the fear factor with all these fast bowlers that we had.
Yeah.
So batsmen would be efficient at moving their feet and good technique and thing, but what is happening, or what did happen internally, destroyed their techniques.
Well, that was against the West Indies because those same batsmen made runs elsewhere.
That's right.
But so that's what I'm saying. It's the if the technique is good, it covers a lot of the areas, right? The determination and the grit and the fight and everything comes into play after. It starts with the technique, because you could have all the heart in the world, if you can't bat, you can't bat. So if your technique is good, you could be as brave as anybody. But if you can't bat, it's a moot case.
Yeah, you're right. And what about batsmen being too nervous in the dressing room to bat at number 4, number 5?
That's a personal thing, and guys could work out that there are exercises and different techniques that you can use to help players with those kind of nuances, things that has nothing to do with their cricket, but has everything to do with their own personality and how they see certain things. I remember when I was at college, we had a basketball player, Mark Mancinelli was his name. Nice guy, very affable, loving, everything. And I remember he was on the end of the bench, So I think we were playing Marshall, and Marshall was a big university. And so the whole arena packed, people everywhere, barely get a seat in the damn place. And the coach, who's Jim O'Brien, who eventually went on to coach the Knicks and what have you, he called Mark to come into the game. He toos himself. He couldn't believe that the coach bypassed all these other players and pointed to him. It's like he froze, because mentally he wasn't into it. But what the coach was trying to show him, you have to be ready to play. Once you're on the squad, you never know when you're going to be ready to play. And after that, when he overcame that, he was a good player.
So it's important, you're saying indirectly, that the coaching education has to encompass all the different angles,
yeah,
right?
But
So, for example, young coaches
helped
must
them.
understand how to psychologically build a young player from an early age.
Yeah, you have to, because remember, you are like their parent away from home, and the same things that their fathers and mothers would try to instill in them, the coach now adds to that. You build on that. Whatever the parents or the teachers in school telling them, the coach now, in a sense of way, crystallizes all of that for them. But he's doing it using the sport
That's right.
as the vehicle.
Mhm.
But then it also has to do with life
With
skills.
life, that's right.
How you treat other people, how you deal with defeat or disappointment and all the other things. Same things you'll do at an exam. If you get a bad score, you want to cry, you're vexed, you're afraid to carry home the paper so your parents will see it and that kind of stuff. But then again, it all depends to how your parents will react to something like that. If you think your parents are going to go mad, you ain't carrying home that paper. You're afraid to carry it home. But if you know, when you come up with that, your parent might, your moms or your dads might just put a hand on your shoulder and say, look, don't worry about it. We know you put in the work and you just didn't test well, or whatever. Any number of things can be said. But generally, that is the attitude. And it's the same thing for sport. If you have a good environment, a good dressing room, everybody wants to see everybody else succeed. They know not every night you're going to be, the leading scorer, but the nights when you are, it'll make you feel like you're the best player in the world. And the nights that you're not, all they're really asking you to do is just give us a little something. We know you have it in you. Just give us a little something. And then by the end of the season, you feel like you contributed to a championship.
So you have to look at what's happening in our society too, right? So a lot of times we just spoke about football off air, talked about the skill level of players 40 years ago and the skill level of players now. We talk about cricketers not being as strong as they used to be psychologically. They have better science now, laptops, computers,
Yep.
the use of the
Different techniques
technology,
to it. Yeah, they have
right, to
different
help them.
techniques now. Yeah,
But they don't seem to be as psychologically strong as Sir Vivian Richards was.
Well,
I mean, we're talking about Sir Vivian Richards, Sir Richie Richardson, Gus Logie, Larry
but you
Gomes.
have to understand too, this generation of athletes, they are not going to the nets like you and I might have done and spend long hours. What they do, they spend a lot of time watching the action on television, and they learn from the television, right? Because they're seeing it. So how you think all of them playing reverse sweeps and stuff like that? The only place they're seeing that is on television, right? So they're learning that from the television, and now they're going and practicing it, I would hope, and trying to perfect it that way. So it's a kind of reverse, whereas others would have spent long hours running, doing all kind of thing. They're staying in their room and watching it on television, and then they're going now and trying to implement it in their own little practice sessions and stuff like that. What they need then would be a coach or coaches who can teach them that the right way to do that. If that is, because that is where the disconnect could be sometimes, because they don't have people who can coach that.
Right.
So you need guys who play T20 cricket, or who would have played T20 cricket, or who would have coached batsmen to play T20 cricket, and let them understand the particular skills that are required to be successful as a batsman or as a bowler in T20
And
cricket.
there's indirect learning and there's direct or intentional learning.
Mhm.
In this day and age, are we overcoaching children?
No, I don't think so, because remember, everybody's getting the information at the same time now, you know.
Mhm.
The same thing your coach telling you when he could go on you know Google it and bring it up or whatever. The same information he's got, the same information the coach in Australia has. The same information the coach in India has. The same information the coach in New Zealand has. Right? The player could do the same thing and look at it and see and try and make sense out of it. But you see, to see it is one thing. To understand it and to be able to implement it or utilize it is something else. And that is where a good coach comes into the picture. Because that coach could tell you, put the elbow high or whatever it is, or you might see Bumrah doing a particular thing, but that is because his whole body setup is a particular way. Yours might be totally different to that.
Mhm.
So you may not be able to execute
Mhm.
as well as he is using that kind of a bowling action. So use one that you are comfortable with. But you need a coach now to help you perfect that.
Right. Specificity as it relates to the physical makeup and what the player is doing, his portfolio out there. As a spin bowler, look, I looked at Shane Warne, for example, and the time when Shane Warne was at his best, obviously the culture in Australia would have been wrist spin bowling. You know, all youngsters wanted to walk up and bowl, but obviously Shane Warne was very strong. And then Nathan Lyons is Australia's premier spin
Off
bowler.
spinner. Yep.
What has happened there? How come you can produce a off break bowler who has taken 500 wickets with a culture that he's grown up and seen Shane Warne bowl as a wrist spinner? No, I'm just yeah.
No, but it's simple. He's playing on a team. One, he has longevity. That's one. He's almost exclusively a test bowler. He doesn't play T20 cricket or much of that anyway, outside of there.
Mhm.
So he is exclusively playing Test cricket, right? And plus, he's playing on successful teams. So a lot of the wickets, he may not always get 5 and 6 wickets. He only getting 2, 3, but in every game he's getting 2 and 3 and 4. Occasionally he may get 5 or 6, but in the main, he's giving them that up. And remember, sometimes he's bowling long spells to probably tie up an end
Mhm.
because he's resting the fast bowlers at the other end. Remember, although he's operating as a spinner, he's playing on a team with 3 fast bowlers and sometimes 4 fast bowlers. So they're doing the bulk of the work, and he is probably just holding an end, just keeping it tight and giving them a spell. But in between all of that, batsmen feel they could get away with rash shots, and he picks up 5 wickets.
The other thing about that, Ruskin, I've found that if you Nathan Lyons he's going to come on the Australian team to the Caribbean
Mhm.
to play those 3 Test matches, but it's also a factor to watch at his type of bowling and the Australian batsmen where they're most weak. And I am saying that they don't like all break bowlers. History will show that. Mutamar later on, even the former Prime Minister of Australia didn't want him to come to Australia
But,
because of the ball
but,
turning it back into them
but,
and keep
but
it
here's the difference.
close line.
On our small grounds, they will clear defenses repeatedly
What,
because they will take the risk
yeah.
of going. If we don't have top line of spin bowlers, they will take the risk and go. And even if they miss hit it, it's going to clear defense.
I'm trying to zoom
because
in.
remember in Australia,
Yeah,
it's
I
because the
understand,
fields
but I'm
are
trying
so
to
big.
zoom in on what we should look for as a team against the Australians that can beat the Australians here in the Caribbean. So the history is that a lot of all break bowlers seem to get wickets against them. Mutamar Litteran, Nimaya Perry got some wickets against them.
Yeah, but
And
that's remember a lot of
yeah.
them do it once.
So,
not very often.
yeah,
It
but
happens.
we're looking at
It might
we're
happen
looking
in
at the
one
combination
test.
of players.
It might happen in one test
We're looking
match,
at the
and then
combination of players.
you look at the stats after that. They work them out.
So the point I brought is that he has to do well in his own domestic cricket before
Yep.
being elevated to Australian teams, right, and Test teams. So he has done well, and that's because the Australian bowlers don't like off-break bowling.
I would say that,
I'm just suggesting.
but
I'm
remember too.
suggesting that.
No, remember too. The Australian domestic season is a long season, and they play a lot of cricket. even you look at the talent that they're producing now, they have batsmen who averaging 60 and can't get on the test team. We have batsmen averaging 20 playing test cricket. That is the difference. They play hard cricket and they play for long periods.
Hmm?
They don't play, they don't just come up, play 1 year, and then they burst onto the scene. And occasionally that might happen. But you would have spotted that talent three,
Years
4 years
yeah.
ago, and they would keep performing.
Mhm.
So when they come into the test arena,
They're ready.
it's nothing new. They would have
Yeah.
gone through that, that hard
Right.
that
The
hard
cricket,
grind.
Michael Hussey.
Yeah, and they would have
31
played.
years he started international cricket test match.
Yeah, and how many hundreds did he have?
He had plenty on.
That's what I'm saying. They
21
were
something
playing
something.
Yeah, they were playing a
Run.
lot of cricket. You know, yeah, they were playing cricket for years and at a high level. And remember, there was a time England used to play their cricketers young, early, as they show promise, drop them, and then bring them back years after.
So
Derek
giving them
Randall
experience.
is the classic example. He played it like his first test, and it was like 10 years in between test matches.
Mhm.
So they play them young and try to see if they would make the grade. If they don't, they leave them in county cricket or they return to county cricket, hone their skills, and probably come back.
All right. We know
later
about
on.
the modernization of the game. Let's look at Australia, for example. They have different academies. They have technology, the use of technology. They have sort of designed their own cricket like what they
Philosophy.
want to do, but the culture has not changed over the years. The
Because they
batsmen,
like to win.
yeah,
They
no,
have a winning culture.
but hear me out. The batsmen still like to play strike shots. To me, when you look at what Sharma Joseph did in Australia, he bowled the right line and length. He didn't give them any width at all. The Australians, in my opinion, don't like to be bogged down where lines are concerned. Kemar Roach in the Queen's Park Oval, he got the man in the match award. I was the match adjudicator, 10 wickets against them. And you have to factor in these are shorter, fast bowlers. He swung the ball high speed, 90 miles an hour, but he did not give them any width at all. He got one delivery that was wide of the off-stump that same Mike Hussey tried to go after.
But-
He played on.
Mhm.
So has the Australian culture changed over the years where we have to prepare for them differently, or some things that we could look back at and re-implement where strategy is concerned to face them?
Well, you have to look at the squad that they bring as well, because they would probably throw in some new faces as well, because they would probably see the West Indies as an easy tour, even though they may want to win it, but they would look at the West Indies as an easy tour for them. This is not England or the Ashes or
Yeah.
India.
Yeah.
They would look at the West Indies. Remember, we have a big four in world cricket, because it's Australia, India, England, and South Africa.
South Africa.
Right? So they kind of like, if the purists will have their way, they would play Test cricket among themselves, right? But it's the other countries now that have to kind of show them that they deserve to be in that on that Mount Rushmore of Test cricket, and put themselves in the mix, kind of thing. And you could do that by winning against those teams, but it's difficult to win against them consistently. You might win a test match, but it's very difficult to win, over and over, because the thing is, and this is what you were talking about, because their science is so good, they can work things out a lot quicker. They can make adjustments faster,
Yeah.
and sometimes it's simple things that they're adjusting. And you know why they can do that? Because they would have done it before. So it's nothing that is hitting them from left field.
Yeah.
They would say, okay, just as you've seen the lines that the bowlers who've had success against them do, trust me, they know that is the lines that will give them trouble, and they would work how to counter it, especially on lower wickets in the Caribbean than opposed to the bouncy wickets that they have in Australia and other parts of the world. So the thing is, you have to be prepared for almost anything against, because they could change the squad and present a different proposition for you. You are looking at um, Bowling straight. Who's the 20-year-old that came and was chipping into Bumrah? You know,
Constant.
constant. So that, he went back to county cricket and in Sheffield Shield cricket and thing, doing the same thing and making runs. So who is to say he's not going to come to the Caribbean here and be a success or might have a breakout campaign doing that?
That was a wonderful move to just throw in a youngster, freedom of mind, youthful exuberance to go after Bumrah. And it worked for a while, the first test match, but it was real entertainment too.
Well, and that's the thing. Now they're trying to get him to rein that in. It's difficult to do that, But he too will probably have to realize if he doesn't make
probability of making runs far less.
It's gonna catch up with you over time.
Definitely.
So you now have to figure. Look at David Warner. How it is Warner became a good test batsman when he was in essence a shotgun opening batsman playing white ball cricket.
Let me just ask this.
No, I will tell you why. Because he played a lot of domestic cricket. He didn't just drop out of the sky and all of a sudden
they say in
white ball cricket.
I think it's 133 years of domestic cricket that the first Australian player that never played domestic cricket and made it through T20 cricket first of all.
But here's the other side of the equation with that. It's because with the advent of the T20, Australia was the last team to the party with T20 cricket. They were still learning T20 cricket. And as a matter of fact, if you look at them now, they're probably still learning that. England, Australia, New Zealand, everybody else was playing T20 cricket. Australia came late to the party, and now they dominate even the women's game. They dominate in the.
Well, let me bring a point about David Warner. He didn't play a lot of T20 before playing one days.
But he played a lot of cricket.
Well, what I'm saying is that the perception that people have is that he's special enough. He was brought to take over from Adam Gilchrist.
Yep.
Right, because they wanted somebody like that, and they got somebody like that. So that's why they fast-tracked him. But the thing with him is that he didn't play an influx of T20 cricket like our players, like somebody like Pooran, for example.
But I tell you, he was late to Australia was late. Not just him. Australia was late to the T20 party. He didn't get.
So people have to. But I've heard it time and time again. People talking about David Warner. Well, never. No, we have to understand at a stage where Pooran, for example, needed a lot more red ball cricket to really and truly cement the rudiments of the game and everything else so that he can play all formats of the game and be successful. He went and played T20 cricket, and you can't fault him for that because it's money. You have to secure your family and yourself very quickly. And it's the same thing like Pollard, for example. And Bravo. And we're looking at Brandon King.
Gale.
Right? That's right. But Chris Gale had the foundation behind him. All red ball cricket.
But he had I'm just following the point you make. He played a lot of red ball cricket. And then he went on his style was suited to the white ball, and he just continued playing. He played both for a while, and then, of course, he gave up on the Test cricket arena. But even Chris Gale played Test cricket for a long while, while he was playing
triple century.
Yeah, even while triple centuries. But even while he was playing white ball cricket, he was still making himself available to play Test cricket. And it's the same thing with David Warner. David Warner only retired from just last year.
The stages of development is what we have to look at. I think that Sir Vivian Richards, Gordon Greenidge, and these guys went through the perfect preparation from childhood to the international arena, which includes England.
Finishing school.
Right. The perfect finish in school, because when I played county cricket, every day was a different day, Every pitch was a different pitch. And you had club coaches, and you were traveling all over the world. And it was important that you have thumbs because you were the professional, or they had other professionals, but you were the overseas professional.
Yeah. And they were looking to you to do well. You see, the reason why, and their thinking was, you are here to add value. Be something different to what we already have. In fact, that's how the Home Office will view it before they give you a work permit. You must be, you have to be something special.
That's right.
Else we're not giving you
and
no
if you're
work
playing
permit.
league cricket now, it's important that you have a coaching certificate, so you lend assistance to their development.
Yeah.
Very smart.
Yep. So it's just little techniques that they use. Unfortunately, folks, as you can see, we have another rain delay here. And but we just say just 6 for 1. Remember, the target is 318, but that is not going to happen. And we just wait to see what transpires in all of this. So that's the situation here. The target is 318. They just got in a couple overs and 3 overs and 2 balls before the rains came and drove them off the field again. So the CCC quest for a victory would have been thwarted somewhat by the weather. They haven't called off proceedings as yet, but we just wait to see. And until we have some news, we'll take a break and just tell you to stay close. When we have a word, we will come back. Welcome back here to the what time? It's almost absurd to say this, but a sunny Frank Walker Arena here in St. Augustine. But the sun has just put out a little peep at us here, and but it's, as they say, too little, too late, because the officials have looked at the ground conditions here. We did have a little sharp shower, not a heavy shower, but enough to force the covers on, and it certainly has done a little bit of damage. So the officials have decided that it's just not possible to bring the players back out. Safety, of course, is of paramount importance, and to the players and to the officials. So they have opted to call the game. It ends in a draw with the score on 6-1. And the man out, of course, is Akeem Ogist, out for 4, caught on ball by Jordan. And Becky Joseph is on 2. And Teddy Bishop is yet to score. So that is the situation here. The game ends in a draw. And it means that the first innings will have gone to the West Indies Academy. So they would be happy with that. 238, and replying to that, the West Indies Academy posted 316 to secure first innings. In their second innings, CCC batted, and they got to 395 for 8, and they enjoyed a lead of 317 runs, but that was never in danger of being overhauled. The problem was, if they got in the play, they had 22 overs plus the mandatory 15 in the last hour. Could they have bowled out the Academy in that time? But it wasn't to be. After just 3 overs and 2 deliveries, the rains came, and that was that. The players were taken off, and they're not going to come back on. So this game has ended in a draw. We do encourage you to stay with us here. We'll have more cricket for you next week with the final round of matches. And this is on Rush Sports 2. And of course on 360 TV as well. So we encourage you to stay with us as we continue our coverage of the West Indies 4-day championships. And from all of us here, Tony Gray, of course, Mr. Billy Furlong, I'm Ruskin Mark. Thanks to Mr. Chinfat, our cameraman, and of course our chief cook and bottle washer, Rani Bikram Das Singh, if you want to call him that. But that's because he's doing so many jobs, I had to add another name to it. You know, so we certainly want to thank him, and look forward to your company again with us. Until such time, we leave you from the St. Augustine campus of the University of the West Indies with the news that this game between the CCC and the West Indies Academy has ended in a draw, with first innings going to the West Indies Academy.